as a river, flow as a river. Let your hearts grow bigger, go as a river, go as a river, flow as a river. Let your heart grow bigger, go as a river. Drop by drop, the jug fills up. Drop by drop, we learn to love. Drop by drop, the jug fills up. Drop by drop, we learn to love. Go as a river, go as a river. Let your heart grow bigger. Go as a river.
What do I see as I look at the sky? In every cloud is the tears that I've cried. I sit and notice the breath in my lungs, praying and hoping the blessings will come. What does it mean to be human? What am I doing? What am I really pursuing? Can I recover from all of my blunders and all of the moments I feel that I've ruined? Buddha is more than a tool, more like a jewel, more like the engine and fuel, helping me along this journey. The world keeps on turning, the river begins as a pool. Sometimes the darkness can feel like a tomb, but meditation is more like a wound, and from it the heart is delivered from all of its prisons, and storms can turn into rivers.
Flow as a river, flow as a river. Let your heart grow bigger, go as a river.
As a pool, sometimes the darkness can feel like a tomb, but meditation is more like a womb, and from it the heart is delivered from all of these prisons, and storms transform into rivers.
Flow as a river, flow as a river.
As a river.
Let your heart,
from my heart
grow bigger,
to your heart.
Go
forever.
As a river,
Forever.
Hey, hi, oh, hey, oh, hey. waves fall. Help me remember I'm part of it all. Not only the waves, but the whole sea. Help me remember I'm already free. Let the waves rise, let the waves fall. Help us remember we're part of it all. Not only the waves, but the whole sea. Help us remember we're already free. Sometimes the summer reminds me of the fall. How death and loss are part of it all. Oh, teach me to let the leaves fall when it's time to let go of it all. Let the waves rise, let the waves fall. Help me remember I'm part of it all. Not only the waves, but the whole sea. Help me remember I'm already free. Let the waves rise, let the waves fall. Help us remember we're part of it all. Not only the waves, but the whole sea. Help us remember we're already free. Let the waves rise, let the waves fall. Help me remember I'm part of it all. Not only the waves, but the whole sea. Help me remember I'm already free. Let the waves rise, let the waves fall. Help us remember we're part of it all. Not only the waves, but the whole sea. Help us remember we're already free. Let the waves rise, let the waves fall. Help me remember I'm part of it all. Not only the waves, but the whole sea. Help me remember I'm already free. Let the waves rise, let the waves fall. Help us remember we're part of it all. Not only the waves, but the whole sea. Help us remember we're already free. Grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. You can say yes to this. You will be blessed by this. You can rest with this. Here in this chrysalis, you can say yes to this. Here in the not knowing, this is your heart growing. This is the love flowing. What is your life showing? Here in the not knowing. Here we are in this liminal space. What can be let go of? What can be embraced? Nothing is lost that can be faced with compassion and love and healing grace. Well, the path is here when the mind is clear. Let go of the fear, keep the spirit near. The path is right here. Here we are in this liminal space. What can be let go of? What can be embraced? Nothing is lost that can be faced with compassion and love and healing grace. All things must end. Now I've lost you again. You were my best friend. I believe in me. You were leaving me. Things weren't what they seemed to be. But love never dies. Love never dies. Open your eyes, see beyond the disguise. Love never dies. Love is a gift. Love is a gift. Let it uplift. Let it forgive. Love is a gift. Here we are in this liminal space. What can be let go of? What can be embraced? Nothing is lost that can be faced with compassion and love and healing grace. It's almost beyond belief, oh, it's a sacred grief. Oh, what a relief to let go, to let it flow, to not know, to live and be alive, to deepen and to thrive. Together we survive by depending on each other's brilliance, strengthening our shared resilience, loved by the billions and billions. This is the art of living. When we have love, we're given and can cry through the pain. This is the art of loving when we're left with nothing and can learn to love again, learn to love again, learn to love again, learn to love again and again and again, learn to love again, learn to love again, learn to love again. Love has so much to show when we let our hearts grow and take it slow. Putting bare feet on the dirt here on Mother Earth, remembering our human worth. Each one a sacred part of the circle of hearts, living these healing arts. This is the art of living. rain fall, hear the Spirit call, and sing to it all. Let the rain fall, hear the Spirit call, and sing to it all. Let the rain fall, hear the Spirit call, and sing to it all. This is the art of living when we have love we're given and can cry through the pain. This is the art of loving when we're left with nothing and can learn to love again, learn to love again, learn to love again, learn to love again and again and again, learn to love again, learn to love again, learn to love again. Oh, as a river flows.
So the title for today's live stream is The Dangers of Thinking, right? Is that the title for today? The Dangers of Thinking. And you should see it exactly that way. Thinking is dangerous. Thinking is confusing. Thinking is wrong. But unless we practice meditation seriously, we're not aware of our thoughts. We're not aware of the thinking process going on. So many distractions. So meditation is then to become more aware. We become more aware by letting go of a lot of things, the things that we don't have to hold on to. So the primary thing that we don't have to hold on to is movement. That's why when we think of meditation, we're usually talking about sitting down, being still, imagining. Imagining someone sitting still and being quiet. Meditation is the practice of being quiet. So you can try. You can see if you have control over your own mind. Think about how abusive and disrespectful and inappropriate the world is towards children. We're constantly telling children to be quiet, to shut their mouths, stop disturbing us. They are to obey us, they are to listen to us because they are less than us. Well, what right do you have to tell someone else to be quiet if you can't even tell your own mind to be quiet? What kind of authority are you supposed to be if you're not even an authority over your own mind? This is why so many people resist meditation, because it's very uncomfortable for their ego. It's very uncomfortable for their sense of self, their sense of superiority, their sense of authority. As people start to find out that they don't even have authority over their own minds. We learn in meditation the necessity of telling the mind, telling the ego to be quiet with kindness. With gentleness, with presence. We facilitate quietness, we facilitate healing, we facilitate peacefulness. We facilitate wellness with kindness. Sitting still and focusing on our breathing. Letting our breathing speak. Giving the ego, the mind, a break. A break of the Kit Kat bar of relaxing and focusing on our breath, or giving our mind a break of that kick ass whooping. Shut the fuck up. Hasn't anyone here ever wanted to tell their fucking mind to shut the fuck up? I know I have. Meditation is how we learn how to do that. It's how we practice it. It's how we become more skillful, more powerful. How we develop our reasoning, our subtlety. We can look closely, we can listen closely, we can look deeply at everything. Because we learn to know our own minds and know what it's like to have a mind, what it's like to experience humanness that is not this constant saturation of things and people and places and sounds and sights and stories and words and phrases outside. That's not really what humanness is, not at its core. This body and this brain, this mind, is exceptionally unusual and rare and weird. There's no description for it, especially for modern people, because most of us modern people, we don't really believe in traditional Christianity. And even if we're scientific or we're logical, okay, so that would make us like hyper intelligent apes of some kind. And of course, that's not true either. That's another idea. So this capacity to turn our minds around, to use the mind, to look at the mind, that's what makes us human. That's what makes our life possible to be profound. So I don't know if anybody here can feel it, but sometimes I can feel it. It's weird. It's rich. It's amazing. It's unusual. It's rare. It's uncommon. It's surprising. It's indescribable. It's not graspable. And it releases me from myself. It releases me from my suffering. It releases me from my life. Period. I don't need to think to be alive. And what I find is that thoughts interfere with my livelihood of being. Now, I understand most people here aren't as privileged enough to have a livelihood of being, but we may be able to get there as we practice meditation more deeply, as we take more refuge in a sangha or community of practice. It's one thing to get it. Hey, I get it. I get it. Angelo, I really get it, man. Angelo Delulu, I get it, man. I feel it. I just got it one day and I felt it. I get what you're saying, man. I totally get it. That's one thing. But that's cheap. It's a cheap trick. It's nonsense. Doesn't mean anything. Awakening. I get it. So I'm not here to focus on that with anybody. I'm here to practice and share this cultivation of discernment, starting to understand cause and effect, understand the nature of the mind, understand how to, really what it is to deepen, to actualize that practice, that pathway of being more and more aware. It's not sleepy time meditation. Okay? You do that on your own time, just like I do that on my own time. There's an increase of wakefulness, there's an increase of presence, and there's an increase in not attaching to what is aware of. You're going deeper into your own mind. You're not going deeper into a conversation with ChatGPT. You're not going deeper into a way of understanding about things, ideas and people and places and situations and stories. Some forms of Dharma or some forms of teachings that we will look at in our community are in line with that. But the real karma, the real Dharma, the real Buddha that you are to understand, to realize for yourself, is inside of your own mind. the work of the meditation and all the pointing and all the context, the performance, the show that's shared here is to facilitate you taking a deeper look at your own experience. If you're a senator, if you're a prince, if you're a princess, if you're the Queen of New Zealand or something like that, well, yeah, take care of your responsibilities. You're a manager at AutoZone, take care of your responsibilities. But in terms of understanding what's being taught here, it's not about you, what you think about other people, the ideas that you have about other people and the situations of the world and how you're going to comment on it and what you're going to do about it and what you think about it. Because this world is just you at this moment. And you at this moment is not really able to be put in a story. You could put it in a story, but then maybe a comet would hit Earth. So who would continue the story and where would the story go to? The emptiness of all these things can't really be understood until you start to look at your mind and look at your direct experience internally more closely so that you can see how impermanent, how temporary your thoughts are, your experiences are. Even the idea of you is just an experience, it's just a perception, it's just an idea, it's just a story. So we practice meditation to see that for ourselves. Thinking is the virus. Thinking is the confusion. Thinking is confusion. Mainly what you are is your current capacities. It's not what you think about, because you're not a doctor. You're not in the House of Representatives. You're not a community leader. You're not a tribal leader. You're not the navigator for the boat. Shut up and listen, please, for God's sakes. So who you really are, what yourself really is, right, is your sense basis, your capacity to see. If you lost your capacity to see yourself, your identity would be totally different immediately. If you lost your capacity to hear, your sense of self and your identity would be different immediately. You certainly wouldn't be sitting here talking about what I'm saying and talking about how I'm wrong in your head. How about if you lost your arms and your legs, you couldn't walk anymore, etc. So none of these are based in stories. None of these are based in thought lesions, right? Your identity, your sense of self is actually not based in stories. It's not based in ideas. It's not based in you talking and yapping in your head. And I don't even know how people are able to give so much self-importance to it. I mean, I do, because I do that too. But it's like, what are you talking about, man? You're not the Queen of England. You're not Elon Musk. You're not Bill Joe Gates the Fifth, right? You're just somebody that suffers. And so meditation and the path of the Buddha is a question of, who is this? And it's not hippy dippy shit. It's not fucking loving kindness, fucking love, happy dancing shit. It's not that. It's having surgery on your testicles while you're still awake without anesthesia or pain medication, because you've developed your mental faculties and your mind to that degree. That's how real it is. So I don't need to convince anybody of it, because I'm already convinced. You know, it works for me. It doesn't have to work for anybody else. It's not something to be sold to anybody. I think I kind of believe that. Well, then you're an idiot. You don't get it. So the problem is that you believe things. The problem is that thoughts happen in your mind. And your ego runs around with those thoughts. Like a child running around in a cotton factory with an open flame. And you burn down all your opportunities to understand more deeply, to be more free. Anyways, so you have to practice meditation. It's like a virus where we're always finding a way to make everything about this sense of self, this sense of me, this sense of I, this want to be in control, this want for things to be a certain way. And coincidentally, to want for things to be a certain way that they currently are not. Meditation is the opposite of that. You dissolves. Story dissolves. Contentment arises. You become content. You become more aware of what's actually going on in the deeper mind. Where do we get this idea? Well, I know where Americans get this idea. It's because of Hollywood. My name is James Bond, and I'm here to do the work that the missionary has sent me taught to do. I'm a bad boy, but I'll do the work. Boo-doo-boo-doo, boo-ba-doo-doo, boo-boo-doo. Boo-ba-doo, boo-doo, 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 boo-ba-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. So it's not really like that, is it? We superficialize ourselves, our lives, our egos, our capacities for bliss, for happiness, for joy, for freedom, for power. Can you imagine if you had so much power over your mind, you could dream whatever you want to dream? You could feel however you want to feel? You could be as free as a bird. Can you imagine? All right. That's my short talk, my short Dharma talk. And now we'll open up the space for questions, for Q&A. And if you would like to ask a question, you are encouraged to ask it through Streamlabs. It's a way to donate, and your question will be read out loud by Streamlabs so everybody can hear it, and it'll show up on the screen over here as well. And please do continue meditating. But if you don't practice meditation seriously, your questions are going to be lacking in weight and practicality. So you have to trust, you have to have faith, great faith and great doubt. Faith in awareness, faith in the experience without thinking, direct experience, that training that way. And you have to have great doubt about everything. Every thought, every idea. That's the practice of meditation. That's the machination of penetration into the deeper mind, where we get to have control. Most people aren't allowed to have control over their minds because they're crazy, because they can't stop hitting themselves, right? Because they're immoral, because they're so selfish and contrived and superficial. So if they had more authority over their minds, their brains would explode or the blood wouldn't flow to the right place. So we're taking on more and more responsibility as we go deeper and deeper into the mind. And at the beginning, it's really difficult. You know, we're constantly making these declarative statements and trying to be equal to the teacher. And it's just insanity. It's just the insanity of the ego, of the self-view. You know, you're not unless you're a stream enterer, you don't make declarative statements. Unless you've attained to the stream of the unconditioned, unless you can't forget the unconditioned, you don't make declarative statements. You don't even attempt to speak as an equal. And what do I mean by not speaking as an equal? I mean, it's still in the self paradigm of superior, inferior, equal. But sometimes somebody's sitting in the chair and somebody's sitting on the floor. It's the way that it is. Sometimes somebody's new to practice. Sometimes somebody's given years of their lives to practice. That's the way that it is. Sometimes somebody spent a couple months doing meditation retreats in the Soto Zen tradition and followed Adyashanti and convinced themselves that they were a living Buddha. And sometimes somebody spent 8 years as a monk and trained with real meditation masters in the flesh from the verified lineages, the patriarchal lineages. It is what it is. But we're, as well, when we come here and we have faith in the teacher and we have faith in the teachings here and the dynamics here, right? That this is concerned with Nibbana, that this is concerned with the unconditioned, that this is concerned with mindfulness of disappearance of phenomena without rejecting, then we vulnerabilize ourselves here. That's why I don't have much space for wealthy people, egoic wealthy people. Too much ego, too much protection, too much pride, too much self-centeredness, too much false confidence. And you can tell, you can tell the people that have some insight and those who don't. If you have insight, you can tell, And this is also what happens as you meditate more. You learn you have to trust your own mind. That's why you meditate more, because you have to trust your own mind. And if you can't trust your own mind, boy, oh boy, are you kind of screwed, because that's the only mind that you got. But what kind of mind do you trust? Do you trust the mind of awareness? Or do you trust the mind of your ego, your storytelling, your compulsive seeking and avoiding? Which mind do you trust? Okay, everybody, we're going to change the dynamics here a little bit. Hope that's okay with everybody. Please don't use foul language. Oh, wow, we got 30 people here, huh? That's great. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a double move. Maybe I shouldn't do this, a little bit risky, but I'm going to do it anyway. The first move is that we change the participants to members. So now only members can leave comments, and you're invited, you're welcome to become a member. But the secondary move is we're opening up a Zoom meeting. We're opening up the Zoom. So in one hand, your barrier wall is set forth. I know people don't like it when I do this. A barrier wall is set forth, and a gate is opened, or the sky is opened. But you have to let go of some of your baggage, your ego, yourself, your attachment, to be able to go into that Zoom meeting, because you'd be more vulnerable there, you'd be more exposed there. So you can interact through the Streamlabs. Your question will come onto the live stream, but you can also just join the Zoom meeting. If you want to have a question, have a dialogue about non-duality, awakening, spirituality, maybe there's something that I've gotten wrong, maybe there's something that I don't get. And so I'd like to invite community members to come up and share and ask the questions if they have them. And please feel welcome to challenge me as well. Okay, so here's the Zoom meeting, everybody. You can click that and join the Zoom meeting.
Now, deep breath and breathe out. Deep in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Now, how to become? Breathe in and feel the lungs, deep your guts, and feel your head. And then the brain taking count the goats and lambs. Now, just follow the wind blow and count the clouds everywhere. The people feel something in my guts. I can't feel it about us. Castle wise. Count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Again. 1, 2, 3. We are peaceful and calm. Don't be angry. Calm down a bit and walk away about our people are loved. Now, just crossing the arms like this and cross the eyes and think, pray to God, and then just breathe in. Helps your body, and think helps your guts, help your heart calm. Now, don't be angry. You want to calm down a bit to behave yourself. I know it's hard. Our moment, our days gone, I had. It's peaceful. Just look up there, thanks about God. God made us. Take breath and let you in. Deep in my guts. I feel something in my tummy. I feel something else. I know the time is sore, the back is running and it hurts. Just relax and calm. Oh, where's my neck? Oh, cracked. Oh, now it's calm. Now you think the window's calm. Rain blowing in the floor. Just think, cross your eyes, go.
Okay, welcome. Is it Elric? Is that your name, Elric? I have to unmute your mic. Okay, try again.
You could hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right, thanks for letting me know.
So, what's on your mind, Mr. Elric?
Oh, lots on my mind. What comes to the forefront of my mind is health, overall health. Whether that be spiritual health, mental health, physical health. I think that's something that we all could relate to too.
How about the health of your ceiling? Looks a little bit messed up over there.
Well, this is a basement ceiling. I'm doing laundry right now.
You live there alone, or you live with your family?
I live with family.
And what do you do for your work?
I do a lot for work. Masonry, construction. Just recently, I was cleaning restaurants. I've done that in the past too for commercial, like kind of like recycling grease. I've done that in the past a couple times, but sort of just finding my way, sort of just making my way.
But now you are older, right? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 36 now, about to be 37.
Hmm.
You know, I'm not a CEO or a chairman of any company yet, but you never know.
Is that what you want from your life, to be a CEO or a chairman or something?
Honestly, no. That's not what I want from my life.
Okay, everyone. So our Zoom meeting is open. You're welcome to join us on Zoom for our community conversation. You can click the link and join the Zoom meeting. It's in the YouTube chat, the YouTube live chat. Zoom meeting is pinned.
Here, let me go outside where there's better lighting. I don't want to disturb my family up, you know. Be right back.
Please turn on your video when you join. Carmichael.
Oh, where is my extra toothbrush? Where is my extra toothbrush? I think I need to get one. All right, I'm gonna take you guys outside with me. Give me 1 second.
About the coffee, can I have? You can make the I can make. It's okay, I can make it. So maybe it's time to do an Angelo Delulu takedown. I wanted to do another one of those, so let's give it a shot. Close up this Zoom meeting thing. Unless somebody wants to join in, so we'll leave it open. So let's get some W's in the chat, everybody, if you want to take down Angelo Delulu, the king of YouTube non-duality. All right, let's see. So he made a video recently that I think would be interesting for us to look at. All right, so welcome back everyone to another Angelo Delulu takedown video. I do think that Angelo Delulu is someone that has experience with the spiritual path, but he's certainly not a living Buddha. He's not an enlightened teacher, and he is a dangerous spiritual criminal as far as I'm concerned. I spent 8 years as a Buddhist monk. I have over a decade of serious practice working with real life meditation masters all around the world. And it's a part of my work and my teachings actually to take down these false teachers and to expose how shallow their positions and their personalities spiritually are. And, don't take anything too seriously. Let's just see if we can find out something new. So this is the video, Are You Willing to Do What You Have to Do to Awaken? And this is basically my expertise. I talk a lot about these kinds of things in my teachings with my community that's been going on for some time.
Reality is truly captivating. It's a shame that it's not seen and felt so fully by most.
This is superfluous, and this is not something you'll see a true high Dhamma master doesn't talk like that. There's two ways that a high Dhamma master will speak that's somewhat connected to that, and that will either be poetry or a kind of nihilism from a place of bliss and compassion and freedom. So this is just superfluous, basically dog whistling for spiritual seekers. One of the things I want to talk about when it comes to Angelo Delulu is the fact that he is one of the most well-known and the most established and getting a lot of clicks and views and watchers in this YouTube non-duality scene. And I remember so specifically this video that he made, and I do truly mean that this is a dangerous guy. This Angelo Delulu guy is a dangerous guy. He made a video on his channel where he was saying, basically the title was, if you've gone through this, this means you're at a deep level of awakening. This is a part of a deep level of awakening. And the only thing that he described was going through psychosis, but like spiritual psychosis, like, going through very deep, dark nights of the soul and very intense, negative, dreamlike, internal, external experiences. And he said, if you've gone through that, that means that's only happens at a high level of awakening. So really another thing is that he doesn't define awakening. He doesn't define enlightenment. He doesn't present a system of enlightenment that's a real model. He doesn't say what level he's at, and he's a danger to people. The only training that Angelo Delulu has had is that he's been to like some Adyashanti retreats and likes Adyashanti. And also he's had some training in the Soto Zen tradition, but he's not recognized or verified as a teacher by anybody. and he doesn't seem to have any active relationships with any senior teachers or experienced practitioners as far as he shows on his channel. It's very dangerous for someone like that to take a high teacher seat. And there's all kinds of people that are doing spiritual teachings online. So I don't have a problem with just someone doing spiritual teachings, but he's positioning himself as a living Buddha. He's positioning himself as a fully enlightened being. And this guy's a cult leader. This guy's a spiritual criminal. And people just aren't informed enough about spiritual practice and spiritual masters and traditions, including Angelo, to know that he is 100% not who he claims to be.
It's really, it's unfortunate that most people will never have, or will very rarely have, a direct experience. But it's possible for anyone. It's possible for anyone to experience.
So this is literally selling. One of the grifts that he does, one of the lies that he tells, which is very subliminal, but he's spoken of it very directly, and that is that he doesn't need money. So he's an anesthesiologist. So he doesn't need money, but he hyper monetizes everything that he does on his channel. And this is about as clearly a sales pitch as you could ever get in terms of spirituality. He's trying to sell something. He's trying to recruit people. And he's trying to recruit basically like the lowest common denominator of people that don't know enough about meditation or spirituality, especially Buddhism, to have a deeper understanding of what this guy is doing. Let's keep listening.
Reality unfiltered. Unfiltered by the conditioned mind. It's a powerful experience. It's a powerful realization.
I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to say. This guy is fake. He's talking to nobody like he's talking to you. Do you want to know what the giveaway is? Anybody want to know what the giveaway is? He's talking to someone. He is identified as someone. He believes in someone, something, somewhere, some situation, some time. So this is not a true expression or a true knowledge of the unconditioned nature. It's very contrived. It's very superfluous. It's superficial, and it's commercialized. It's commercialized spirituality. There are no someones, right? A Buddha doesn't see someone. A Buddha doesn't see something. That's why the truth of Buddhism is a no self. 3 marks of reality, no self, not true self. So let's keep listening. And if you have any questions as we go along, please do ask. I'll be happy to answer them.
Realization being the recognition that there is no one apart from it. There's no separate one, separate self. There's no experiencer of. There's no witness of. Now, even after people have woken up with this initial glimpse, this initial transformation at the identity level.
So this is problematic because of its vagueness. What does it mean the people have woken up at the identity level? It's Western psychology mixed with shallow spirituality, shallow non-duality, shallow Buddhist enlightenment ideas. It's not realistic, it's not practical, and it's not specific. I've woken up doesn't mean anything, and it doesn't work. So this is supposed to be a video titled, "Are you willing to do what it takes to get awakened or to get enlightened?" And so far, all he's doing is selling himself and presenting himself as the person who can wake you up, which is foolish.
There's still a lot of work to do. And
you cannot allow people to create an identity out of a vague and shallow spiritual notion of waking up. It doesn't work like that. It's exactly the root cause of spiritual sickness or spiritual narcissism or just modern spirituality with crystals and Reiki. This is just the non-dual or the mind. This is like, there's spiritual materialism. This is like spiritual mentalism. And that's exactly what this Angelo Delulu guy does, is spiritual mentalism. And it's not going to get anybody anywhere. The moment you've already given somebody a free handout of you woke up at this certain level, but there's still a lot of work to do, what does that mean? First of all, what does that waking up really mean? Second of all, honey, what is that? Okay, thank you. Okay, go away. Thank you. I love you too. Okay. Thank you. It's just my wife coming by. My wife was also a Buddhist nun. So spiritual mentalism, that's a new term for Angelo Delulu. Previously referred to him as the nitrous non-duality guy.
And even in deeper stages of things, I find people occasionally struggle with this. The narratives are sticky. Even when you see through the separate self and you know instinctually it's not there, the tendency to get enwrapped.
Spirituality, so non-duality, spirituality, whether it's Advaita Vedanta, whether it's Dzogchen, whether it's Chan, Son, Vipassana, Deep Theravada, whatever it is, it doesn't work like this. It's before Western psychological ideas. You don't stack non-duality and enlightenment stages on top of Western psychology. What teachers are supposed to do is point to you and tell you that you cannot get it. You cannot understand it. This guy, this spiritual salesman, is telling you that, first of all, you've probably already got it. And second of all, you can get it more. And third of all, that he's the guy that's going to help you do that. It is spiritual mentalism. And it is very dangerous spiritually. It's interesting because my takes on this guy is not about like him not being a good therapist or him not being a kind person or him not being like, a nice guy to be around. I'm sure he's fine. But spiritually, he's a criminal. People who want to get enlightened, people who want to have real path work made available to them. This is a trap. This is a dead end for true seekers, because you're listening to a guy and you're following a guy who thinks that he's fully enlightened, who thinks that he's a Buddha when he doesn't even know what full enlightenment means. He doesn't even know what Buddhahood is. He's lacking in specificism because he hasn't been challenged, because he hasn't trained with any real masters, because he got through a couple meditation retreats and, sat across from Adyashanti and thought that he was enlightened, and then he created this whole spiritual persona.
Captured by the narratives of it, the reactivity of it, the judgment of the mind that goes in both directions, that keeps making you feel unstable, that keeps making you feel threatened, that keeps making you feel like there's something to fix or solve. Those currents of...
For those people who don't get it, might be a little bit confused, Angelo Delulu is not enlightened. He's not an arahat. He's not a high-level bodhisattva. He's not a Buddha. He's not enlightened. At best, he's a confused stream enterer. At best, he's a confused sotapanna. But he is not correct. He is not correct.
Karmic residue of identity, they're strong. And this should not be overlooked. Shouldn't bypass it by just saying, well, there's no one here. There's nothing to do. That's a mistake. If these currents are strong and the clarity is not ongoing. And I don't just mean clarity of view, clarity at the level of the mind.
He's basically a spiritually disassociated hypnotist. I even say he's advanced. I'll even say he's an advanced guy. I'll even say that from where I'm sitting. Sure, he's an advanced guy, but he's not a living Buddha, and he is confused. He is confused. And he's not going to lead people down the real path. And there's talks about him having relationship with his students. This is a dangerous guy. This is a dangerous spiritual teacher. And I would invite him, and I have invited him to come up to defend himself, to talk about some of these points, to have an interview, and he's absolutely refused. And I would invite anyone who knows this guy, who understands these teachings, come up. I'll have an interview with you. I'll have a talk with you. But this guy is not who he thinks he is. And at that level, he's disassociated, he's just delusional. And this is something that's happening to a lot of Western practitioners. It's kind of a non-duality phenomena where these people, maybe they have insight. I don't even know if this is technically possible. Because it's very technical. This tradition of enlightenment, this tradition of spirituality is very refined and technical. And no, it didn't come from Nisgaraja Majababa from India, who gave a transmission to Rupert Spira or whoever these Advaita Vedanta guys are. This is a tradition that's directly connected with Buddhism. This is a tradition of enlightenment. This is a tradition of continuous transmission and refinement and information and subtlety and scientific understanding. So it's this phenomena of these guys that are living peaceful, decent lives and have some insight into the unconditioned or have some insight into awareness, but they think that they're finished. They think that they're Buddhas. They think that they found the end of the path when the only thing that they've found is the start of the path. And that's why I call these guys spiritual criminals. Telling people that the start of the path is the end of the path and presenting themselves as if they are at the end of the path. They don't know what the end of the path is. They haven't worked with teachers at that level. They greatly overestimate themselves. And they are teaching people intentionally, whether consciously or unconsciously, they are teaching people to overestimate themselves. And they are creating teachers that overestimate themselves. And they are creating rotten, contrived, poisonous traditions that degrade the path and the way. I'm not saying he doesn't have insight. I'm not saying he's not a good guy. I'm not saying that the things that he's saying aren't correct, but I'm talking about looking at who's saying it, looking at how they're saying it, and looking at the subtleties of what's being said, which can go over a lot of people's heads because they haven't had enough training to see that everything this guy's saying is just basic level stuff. And the way that he's saying it and the way that he's presenting it is very superficial and commercial. This guy is not a patriarch. This guy does not have dominion over his mind. He just believes that he does because he creates conditions where he's not challenged. So if this guy, I know we want to continue with the video, but let me ask you a question. This guy has the preeminent non-duality channel on YouTube, right? One of the biggest spiritual channels on YouTube, right? When do you see him having conversations with somebody like Jim Newman? When do you see him having conversations with seriously advanced practitioners that aren't these people that, I got it, Angelo. Yeah, you did. Tell us about it. Tell us how you got it. Tell us how I helped you wake up. And once you start to actually talk about this guy's experience basis, his actual training in Buddhism or any tradition at all, you find how vapid his position is and how shallow his position is. And whether consciously or unconsciously, he is compulsively avoiding being challenged. And he's teaching people to do that. He's teaching people to disassociate. And he has a wrong understanding of what insight is and a wrong understanding of what enlightenment is.
I mean, total immersion. Brilliant, saturated, non-dualistic immersion. The scenery being the entire universe appearing as scenery.
This is very problematic because that's just a normal meditation experience. Someone having a total immersionary experience, meditative experience, is just a normal, it's called dhyana, it's called samadhi, it's called absorption. He is adding layers of psychology and he's adding layers on proposition onto an immersive meditative experience and presenting himself as having the answer of what that really is. And to give himself a very high position in terms of that, he's saying that that's enlightenment, that that's realizing the unconditioned, when actually that's just a normal, fine meditative experience. Yeah, it's a kind of spiritual romanticism. And in that way, he's a kind of spiritual gigolo. Angelo Delulu is a spiritual gigolo.
Sound being entire universe appearing as bird. Bird sound.
I'm sorry, but this is ridiculous. This is really how shallow this guy is. This is really how shallow this guy is. And hello, for all the Angelo Delulu fans that are watching out there, isn't your position that I'm punching up? I'm not punching down? So how are you going to, what? We're supposed to just sit down and take it when somebody's above us? No, I'm supposed to be punching up, right? So I'm allowed to do it. The whole universe is bird sound, meditation, experience. Now, what he's saying isn't entirely correct. If you look at the work that this guy does, the way that he goes about it, if you look at who his audience is, if you look at how he appeals to this totally untrained, unrealized, kind of shallow spiritual world, right? That comes superficial spiritual world, then followers that come into this guy and come across him, and he makes videos that say, if you have had really traumatic, like PTSD, like schizophrenic, dark night of the soul experience, that's a sign you're at a very high level of enlightenment. That's who this guy is. It's really, really that bad. And I do not mess around when I say this guy is a spiritual criminal, a spiritual juggalo, a non-duality, nitrous disassociation teacher.
The felt sense being environment feeling, earth and sky feeling. This ongoing total immersion is what I was talking about at the beginning of this video. Reality. Unfiltered by mind, unfiltered by...
Again, he's conflating a meditative experience with the unconditioned. That is 100% incorrect. That could not be more incorrect.
Perception, illusion. It's available. But you've got to really... you've got to be willing to do what it takes if you want to live that way. And what does it take? It takes orientation to your own deepest truth.
Orientation to your own deepest truth. All the monks, all the sadhus, all the sannyasis, all the pathwalkers, the Buddha himself, Jesus, every single fucking person that's made successful in their path has had to give everything to it. Every single person that has become enlightened has had to give everything to it, has had to sacrifice their whole body and mind. These traditions of monks, of these intensive meditation retreats, of people devoting their lives to understand Buddhism, to understand Advaita, to free themselves from their ego, from their tricky mind. But you know what Angelo DeLulu says it takes? Orientation to your own deepest truth. It sounds like a couple bottles of wine out in Costa Rica is what it sounds like to me. It sounds like nonsense. It sounds like vague appealing to super shallow spiritual seekers' psychologies. What do I mean by shallow spiritual seekers? I mean, you haven't worked with a master. You haven't spent time in spiritual community. You haven't trained the mind particularly deeply. You're coming in fresh. And this guy, who's supposed to be a living Buddha, FYI, who's supposed to be a fully enlightened being, says, what's it going to take to get enlightened? Orientation to your deepest truth. What is this, the group home version of Adyashanti? Is that what Angelo DeLulu is? Low IQ Adyashanti? And nobody's supposed to say anything? This guy's supposed to be unchallengeable? This guy's the king of non-duality? Give me a break. This guy's not at that level.
It takes a willingness to turn inward initially. To really question what's a thought and what's not a thought. All those thoughts about yourself, your past, your present, your future, problems and solutions, time, judgments, all of it, all that. This first part is critical, turning inward, really seeing what is not any of that. And yet it's aware right now. It's awake right now, clear, pristine, unsullied, untouched. You have to be willing to do that.
All of this would be fine if he wasn't selling himself as a Buddha and selling enlightenment. You take this by itself, and people are so disassociated that they can't put together like a full picture, right? But if he was just selling himself as a mindfulness teacher, as a meditation coach, that would be fine. But he's not. He believes himself to be a living Buddha. He believes himself to be fully enlightened. He believes himself to be recognizing other enlightened masters and teachers that just happen to be his hot young female students. He speaks with honeyed words. I'm not saying that what this guy's saying is entirely incorrect, but it's not entirely correct either. And this is not what it's going to take for you to get enlightened. This is what it's going to take for you to practice meditation. But what this guy is trying to convince you of, okay, is that when you feel peaceful and meditative and you hear a bird sound and you just hear a bird sound, you're a Buddha, you're enlightened. And you're enlightened by and in the tradition of Angelo DeLulu. So you better keep up with the new upcoming programs. It's a cult. It's a cult of disassociation. It's a cult of fake enlightenment with a fake enlightenment teacher at the head. This guy's at a low level. This guy's not at a high level. That's all I'm telling people. And I know that you might not get that because you're not in these circles. You haven't worked with masters. You didn't spend 8 years as a Buddhist monk like me. Maybe you have no idea what I'm talking about, but I'm just trying to inform people like that guy is not at that level. He's nowhere near that level. And as much as you get that when it comes to him, yeah, I'm sure he's a great guy and does nice retreats and he's a good guy and teaches meditation and stuff. But I'm just saying, a lot of what this guy is selling is not worth buying. And you're going to waste a lot of time if you take him as a primary teacher and take his group and his teachers are even worse. Oh my gosh, my head's going to explode when I start thinking of these retreat clips that we've looked at previously of like how his teachers act on retreats and stuff. I mean, this guy is not a high level guy. I'm not trying to say I'm higher than him, but I am higher than him for sure. But that's not what this video is about. It's just a critique of the preeminent and most famous non-duality teacher that's not entirely commercial, because there's also like this emirate guy or something, but there's no clips or videos of him doing anything even close to being challenged or challenging, and this is just Angelo because he's so obsessed, I guess, with making money, with getting views, with the status, with the praise, with this, whatever can keep feeding this idea that he's a special guy, a special teacher, and a special enlightened teacher. He's not. He's not even at a particularly high level, and that would be fine, and he's propositioning himself to a lot of people who don't know about this stuff that he's a living Buddha, that he's fully enlightened. And it's totally wrong, and it's dangerous. It's most dangerous for people who are actually spiritual seekers. And I care about those people. And it's a shame to be somebody who doesn't have any real experience training with masters, as far as he's shared, as far as anybody knows, that thinks he's a living Buddha.
This kind of inward turning, this inquiry. Call it self-inquiry, call it one-pointed approach, call it mu. It's called a lot of different things, but it's always the same thing.
So this is one of the things that he does. So this is his position. This is a positional basis. That he loves Adyashanti, and Adyashanti had tons of problems, and Adyashanti was never as enlightened as he thought he was, and he got tons of kickback. He got tons of karmic trouble because of the way that he was acting. And thought because he really convinced himself that he was enlightened, and then his head exploded when he realized that he definitely wasn't. And now he's sitting near his old dirty wife, putting his hands together like a fucking little loser. What happened to Adyashanti, the fucking enlightened, wall climbing, fucking surfing guru king? Where's Adyashanti now? Sitting next to his old raggedy wife. Meditation time. Dude was supposed to be the 22nd century Eckhart Tolle. Look where he ended up. 100% Frangie. And then that this guy's like involved in some way with Soto Zen Buddhism or Rinzai Buddhism. Like he's attended some American Zen retreats. And he believes he's a certified enlightened master. Guess what? The level at most of those places is very, very low too. Very low. Very, very low, because it's a superficial, contrived practice, and you're never going to get real success through contrivance, because the practice is exactly non-contrivance, right? It's being an independent wayfarer, not a contrived sitter in a hall with other people where you're being intimidated to practice. It's fake. Yeah, he has appropriated Zen koans, Buddhist 10 fetters, Zen ox herding pictures to appear like a Buddhist leader. Non-duality teachers who has broken all the fetters, i.e. Arahat. Oh my goodness, this guy. He's a grifter. And guess what, everybody? He does seem to monetize tons of his stuff, just FYI. He does seem to do a lot of what he does for money. But the other element of it is that in the 8 worldly winds, it's not just profit of money, right? It's status, it's praise. And he needs to keep feeding this massive enlightened ego that he's built. He needs to keep feeding that. So he has to keep up this workload.
And it's seeing what is not a thought.
And hey, look, I can say that I'm doing that too, right? But I'm not claiming to have eliminated all my fetters and being an enlightened Buddha, am I? So I'm less open for criticism from somebody like me. right? This guy claiming to be a Buddha looking at the camera. Why don't you go outside, go for a walk, fucking do something live, do something dynamic, do something real? What I mean, what are have your legs atrophied from B12 deficiency because of all the non-dual nitrous you've been huffing off camera? So what, you can't go and walk around and show yourself doing something? No, it's only when I'm sitting here and then also when I do my retreat because I'm enlightened. No, you're not. Newsflash, Angelo DeLulu, you're not enlightened. I know people don't like when I get that kind of energy, but I want to keep listening to this. I don't want to get distracted.
And you see what is not a thought by seeing what is a thought clearly, and seeing how much of what you perceive is thought, how much of your attention is relegated to thought, and then realize
he's just justifying his own practice. He hasn't realized what he doesn't even know what to realize, right? He doesn't know really what the unconditioned is, because he certainly doesn't seem like he's had Nirodha Samapatti. Maybe that would be the distinguishing factor. And it'd be very interesting to know what his specific meditation experiences have been, because if he's really that delusional that he's describing meditative absorption, like, I don't know, maybe he experienced the first jhana and he thought that was the unconditioned. He thought he was enlightened. Maybe that's what happened to Adyashanti too. Maybe they think jhana is enlightenment. So maybe that is his position, but he certainly doesn't seem to have a position of the unconditioned.
At least underscore trustworthy underscore weasel donated $1 through Super Chat.
Okay, thank you for your super chat.
it doesn't have to be. This inward turning, this reckoning, very powerful. I call it awakening. Zen calls it Kensho.
So he just said turning inward is called Kensho. And oh my God, he can't be doing this. This really, for somebody who spent 8 years as a Buddhist monk, for somebody to gave their whole lives to the path, gave everything to the path, and is just barely able to scrape by, just barely able to get by, to look at somebody like this, who says, I call it awakening. Turning inward, FYI, just the basis of how to meditate, to start meditating, right? He says, I call turning inward awakening, and Zen calls turning inward Kensho. So now Zen belongs to him. Exactly what Chanath just said in the chat, right? Appropriating Zen, appropriating Buddhism and Zen to present himself as a Buddhist leading non-duality teacher. Knock on wood that, this guy's probably a Patuchina. That's the crazy part. But we can't know for sure. That's one of these things, right? Only the Buddha knows for sure. Only awareness itself knows for sure. Me or you, we don't know for sure. Angelo's enlightened. Angelo's not enlightened. I'm more enlightened than Angelo. I'm less enlightened than Angelo. Angelo's more enlightened than me. Angelo's less enlightened than me. Farther on the path. This is how it works. We can't really know. We can't be totally sure. That's spacious awareness. That's called not knowing. Okay? And that's what this guy needs a lot more of. Angelo DeLulu needs a lot more of not knowing.
This is the beginning. You have to be willing to go there, to let go of your ideas about awakening and your ideas about spirituality and what you think it's going to give you. Quit BSing yourself.
Well, he should have started with that, because he just spent the first 5 minutes BSing all of us. Now he's telling us to let go of the ideas that he fed us about awakening. That's convenient.
Really turn away from that binding of thoughts and find out what's really here. That has to happen. Yeah, what else do you have to be willing to do? You have to be willing to feel uncomfortable. This first part may or may not come with discomfort, but often it comes with a kind of fear surge right before you.
So I just want to check that again. Look at his face. Look at his eyes all crossed out like this. He's saying turning inward is Kensho. Turning inward is the first stage of enlightenment. As far as I know, turning inward is the first stage of practicing meditation.
Really, it's not really necessarily right as you're waking up. The fear surge is like right when you.
And now he's using this specific, oh my God, an enlightened self, teaching an enlightened self. This is the sickest, most colonizing, most disrespectful, most ugly, there's nothing more disgusting than this. The teachings of an enlightened self. Listen to how specifically he's talking about becoming an enlightened ego, becoming an enlightened self. Listen to this. This is ridiculous. We need to rewind this whole search. I mean, a lot of people out there, they're just not well read. They don't know anything about these terms and the structures of enlightenment and the path work and all that. Once again, if he was just presenting himself as a non-duality guy, I wouldn't have anything to criticize. But he's using these terms from Buddhism. He's trying to LARP. He's trying to pretend that he's a Buddhist master. He's totally a scam artist and a con artist. This guy is, seriously. So I want to go backward and listen to this closely again. Especially with the enlightenment thing about Kensho.
Beginning of this video. Reality. Unfiltered by mind, unfiltered by perception, illusion. It's available.
No, it's not available. It's the way that it already is. It's thusness. It's not available. It's not a thing that's available. It's thusness. It's thisness. It's suchness. It's not available. It's not a thing that's available. It's the way that it already is. This guy thinks it's something you can get. This guy thinks that he's enlightened. This guy thinks that someone can become enlightened. I didn't want to focus too much on this. I wanted to talk about his comments when he's like talking subtly about how, oh, you're woke up, now you're a waked up ego. Now you're not a waked up ego. It's self-doctrine. It's specifically the doctrine of a Patuchana or a wrong view doctrine that he's teaching.
Turning inward. Really seeing what is not any of that. And yet it's aware right now. It's awake right now. Clear. Pristine.
It is not a thing, and it is already not a thing.
Unsullied, untouched. You have to be willing to do that. This kind of inward turning, this inquiry. Call it self-inquiry, call it one-pointed approach, call it moo. It's called a lot of different things. But it's always...
This guy is a con artist. This guy is literally a con artist. Now, the justification, right, is that he's so disassociated, he's delusional to the point where he's convinced himself that he's correct. But regardless of that, this guy's literally a con artist. Pretending to be an enlightened Buddhist teacher. Pretending to be an enlightened non-duality Buddhist teacher. He's not. This guy is a con artist. Running a cult.
The same thing. And it's seeing what is not a thought. And you see what is not a thought by seeing what is a thought. Clearly. And seeing how much of what you perceive is thought. How much of your attention is relegated to thought. And then realizing.
Let's work through one of his principles and practices here, okay? So let's listen to this.
Not a thought by seeing what is a thought. And you see what is not a thought by seeing what is a thought.
You see what is not a thought by seeing what is a thought. So by seeing a thought, you see the unconditioned? Is that what he's saying? I don't think that's what he's saying. I think that's what he thinks he's saying. You see what I'm saying? I think that's what he thinks that he's saying, but he's not actually saying that. Because if you were to say, you see what is not a thought by seeing what is a thought, as in saying samsara is nibbana, or the conditioned is the unconditioned, that would be correct. But he seems to be saying that by you see what is not a thought by seeing a thought, you can win. But you can't win. You can't see that, right? That's non-duality. So telling people that constantly telling people, this guy is constantly telling people, you can see it, you can become enlightened, you can get it, you can be like the young girls that I bring up to my stage, the conveniently young hot women that I say are enlightened and seduce me on private cam meetings. When these students come off and report this guy because he took advantage of them. Those are the claims that are out there. And this guy's supposed to be the king of non-duality. This dude is a fake. This guy's a con artist. This guy's literally a con artist. You can get enlightened. I can help you get enlightened. Again and again and again and again and again. He's saying this shit. And then he's telling people you're enlightened. They're enlightened. Who's not enlightened, Angelo? You. You're not enlightened.
Clearly, and seeing how much of what you perceive is thought, how much of your attention is relegated to thought, and then realizing it doesn't have to be. This inward turning, this reckoning, very powerful. I call it awakening. Zen calls it.
Inward turning is awakening. That doesn't make any sense. And then that doesn't make any sense. But then appropriating Zen, which gets me riled up, and says Zen calls it Kensho. Zen calls the first step of practicing meditation Kensho. Zen calls the first step of practicing meditation the first stage of enlightenment. Interesting. I never heard that one before, Angelo.
This is the beginning.
And I'm doing my very best to not be intentionally obtuse. And sometimes it's going into that, right? But I know what's going on here. I know about the Buddhist teachings and non-duality. He's spent 8 years as a monk. So sometimes I'm being a little bit obtuse for effect, but I'm serious. This guy is a bad dude. This guy is a spiritual criminal. This dude is like a spiritual demon, basically. I'm not in a good way, not in the right way. This guy's not enlightened. He's not. He doesn't get it. He does not have clear perception. He cannot see clearly. He sees from the view of self, of someone, of something.
You have to be willing to go there, to let go. Let go of your ideas about awakening and your ideas about spirituality and what you think it's going to give you. Quit BSing yourself. Really turn away from that binding of thoughts and find out what's really here. That has to happen. Yeah, what else do you have to be willing to do? You have to be willing to feel uncomfortable. This first part may or may not come with discomfort, but often it comes with a kind of fear surge right before you really, it's not really necessarily right as you're waking up. The fear surge is like,
this is so fake. I don't know what this is. I mean, we need to take another look at this. I don't know what this is. This is ridiculous. This is a cult. This is a disassociated fake enlightenment cult leader type shit. This has no basis in Zen or Buddhism. I guess in Advaita Vedanta or non-duality they look at it this way. Listen to this. I know in Advaita Vedanta they don't, but maybe just in normal Vedanta.
May or may not come with discomfort, but often it comes with a kind of fear surge.
Okay, so the first stage of it, Kensho, is turning inward. And turning inward might start with a fear surge.
Right before you really, it's not really necessarily.
I think that he believes meditating is enlightenment. I think that he believes being in a meditative state is enlightenment. And that is not correct. Basically, what happens is these insight keys unlock. You could call it that. And so your deeper psychology, your deeper mentality shifts to no longer adopt certain views or certain fetters, right? So if we were talking about somebody on the first stage of enlightenment in stream entry, they drop certain fetters. So they drop identity view, they drop doubt about the path, and they're not able to cling to rites and rituals. So, but the big one for us is identity view, but it's a key, it's an insight, it's a fruition that's unlocked. And this is the danger of this modern, superfluous kind of fake spirituality, or this disassociation spirituality, is that it's selling people all of these spiritual ideas and terms without actually laying down the groundwork of what it's going to take to get into those positions. And even this is the title of the video, right? This is the title of this video that he set up. Are you willing to do what you have to do to awaken? And what he said during this entire video, literally, is that if you turn inward, that means you're awake. That means you've experienced Kensho. Along with a lot of advertisement and kind of recruiting.
Right as you're waking up. The fear surge is like right when you fully commit, often. When you fully commit and you're like, okay, this is where I'm going. It doesn't matter. I'm going here. I have to. I'm tired of the thoughts.
He's just talking about practicing meditation. This is really interesting. This is really like a spiritual examination of sorts. Really interesting.
Tired of the BS of the mind and getting lost in thoughts and doubting and judging. I'm just tired of it, right? There's a letting go in that. And that letting go sometimes comes with this like visceral fear. It tends to come and go pretty quickly, but it's a feeling of letting go of yourself as you know yourself, the world as you know it. Yeah. That's some discomfort, right? But actually, there's more later. It's not in the same way.
There's going to be a lot more for him. I can promise you that. He's going to be another Adyashanti. He's going to be the low IQ Adyashanti. He's going to get tons of karmic payback. He's going to be fucked in 10 years, 20 years, whatever. He's going to be getting tons of karmic payback.
But there's going to be discomfort as the unbinding beyond awakening occurs. It won't always be discomfort. There's going to be ecstasy. There's going to be...
All right, so to put this on the board in terms of what Angelo Delulu teaches and believes, he believes that practicing meditation is Kensho. Practicing meditation is awakening. And then what comes after awakening, or what comes after you meditate, is up to him. This guy's a fucking freak.
Spiritual, mystical experiences, sacred experiences, all this stuff's going to come and go. None of it is really what a realization is. They're kind of side effects. But you're also going to have uncomfortable feelings, things you didn't realize you were repressing, things you didn't want to feel, resistance patterns. These are going to come up. So you have to be willing to feel those. That's it. Nothing more. You don't have to understand them and heal them and figure out the right practice every time. You just have to be able to feel them, ultimately. What else? You may have to ask for help. Have some kind of connection with someone who can guide you at some point in some way. Could be a retreat, could be a one-on-one.
No recommendations, basically just referring to his system and his structure and his environment. No recommendations for teachers, no recommendations for traditions, no recommendations for places to go and practice or anything like that. It's just his fucking game, because enlightenment is about him. It's about his fucking ego, and that he's self-convinced himself and churned up his fucking brain, his rotten, fake enlightened brain enough to think that he's a living Buddha. It is an absolute disgrace and an absolute shame. And every time that I'm listening to this guy and saying, hey, that's quite good therapeutic advice, that's kind of nice. That's a good spiritual guidance to give somebody. And then he follows it up every single time with this total self-fixated, nightmarish presentation of what the path is. It's all about him and his little group of it recognized enlightened teachers. He thinks he's a living Buddha. This guy is literally out of his mind. I promise you, people, this guy is spiritually dangerous. I promise that to you.
Facilitator at some point. Not everybody necessarily needs
Facilitator, guide, one-on-one retreat. Don't forget, you're in the bubble of Angelo Delulu. You'll have your nitrous soon. A one-on-one will be provided to you. Check the website for upcoming retreats. It's fucking sick. I don't know, recommend living teachers, recommend living communities, recommend actual practitioners and masters that are not like little sycophantic followers of you and other fake non-duality people. I'm getting a little bit obtuse here, but we're coming towards the end, everybody.
that, but I think most people need some version of it. And sometimes that's the fixation.
You're going to need a master. You're going to need a teacher. You're going to need a community. You are not going to become enlightened. You are not going to go far on the path by watching YouTube videos. You are not going to go far on the path by going to an Angelo Delulu retreat and watching YouTube videos at home. That's never going to work. To attain to truth is to sacrifice everything that you attach to detach from everything that you are attached to, from the top to the bottom, inside and out. You're going to have to give up everything. Angelo Delulu does not provide or support or care about or understand that. So he can't offer that to you. I can't necessarily offer that to you either, but we're building a community. We're building a network to do that. My teachers that I know, masters that I know, monks that have been practicing for decades and decades and decades, they can provide support. There are communities out there. There are masters, wonderful masters and teachers out there that aren't only about Angelo Delulu, the enlightened Buddha, the non-duality Buddha.
People just don't want, they want to do it on their own, or they say they want to do it on their own. They tell themselves that, but they really are they're just trying to hold back. There's part of them that doesn't want to let go, that wants to have things the way they want it. This isn't about getting things the way you want them. This whole thing is not about that.
And he's talking the same way to who he's appealing to, absolute fools. And this is the level of integrity and the level of intelligence and the level of capacity that Angelo Delulu has, and that the people that he's speaking to, of course, he assumes has, is low. It does not work like that. Spirituality is not spiritual mentalism. It's not a thinking game. It's not a mind game. You're going to have to give everything to it. You're going to have to sacrifice everything. You're going to have to give up your whole life, your whole body, your whole mind. You're going to have to give up everything. Angelo Delulu is not enlightened. He doesn't even know what enlightenment is, and he doesn't care. He just makes it up. Like he says that turning inwards is kensho, which is total nonsense.
It's about seeing that if you do get the things the way you want them, you're miserable. That's why you want to wake up, right? Because you're not happy. You're miserable in some sense, right? So you got to see.
Tell me what kind of human being can talk to a camera like that. He's not live. He's not talking to anybody. He's not talking to a group of people. Tell me what kind of human being can talk to the camera like that to nobody. You realize that this guy's talking to nobody. He's looking at nobody. He's thinking about nobody in particular. He's not talking about any particular cases that he's dealing with as a spiritual teacher or master. I mean, seriously, what do we think that this is? It's not about being a monk. It's about what it takes to get to the end of the path. And what that looks like, and what levels of teachers there are out there, not just Angelo DeLulu.
That largely the reason you're miserable is because you're insisting on having things the way you want them. Now, not everybody falls in this trap. Some people really do, though. Some people really struggle with this. Life is just not about you getting what you want. It's not what it's about. It's not the central focus. And if you try to make it the central focus, you may have something like an entitlement wound or something, right? But it could just be fear.
He's full to the brim with contrivance. He's full to the brim with self-view. He's talking to selves. This whole Angelo DeLulu thing has just kind of given me a sour stomach. So, anyways, everybody, I'm Dr. Rob. I was a Buddhist monk for 8 years. This is my show. These are my teachings. This is my commentary on Angelo DeLulu. Please take this as an invitation. Take this as a welcoming. If anyone is more familiar with Angelo DeLulu, they'd like to be challenged about his teachings, or they'd like to challenge me about some of my positions, you're welcome to come on my show. I'd love to have you. Thank you for watching this stream. If you appreciate it, not even if you like it, but if you appreciate that this kind of cross-tradition and cross-practitioner and cross-teacher kind of criticism and dialogue and contrast is brought up, please do leave a like. Please do subscribe. Please do leave a comment down below. And thank you for being here, and thank you for watching this whole stream. And please, for the love of Jesus, for the love of Buddha, for the love of our dear, great, enlightened Master Angelo DeLulu, if you watch this whole video, please share with me a little bit in a comment. Let me know what you thought. Let me know what you felt. Let me know what your understanding is. To spend that amount of time listening to me talk, we're coming from the same cloth, so I'd love to hear from you, especially if you have some insight. Okay, thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. See you next time on Monk Life Meditation. Okay, we got it. Wow, that was pretty good, huh, everybody? That was a 1 hour recording. I actually recorded it locally on the OBS. So I think that it should come out pretty good. I'm going to upload that. I've gotten a lot of good feedback about my Angelo DeLulu takedown videos and stuff like that. So we need thumbnails. Listen, the last time the thumbnails that you guys gave me were trash. We need thumbnails and we need titles. Okay? What does it mean for the thumbnail to not be trash? It means Angelo DeLulu's in the thumbnail, Dr. Rob's in the thumbnail, something interesting's going on, okay? I said the spiritual juggalo as a YouTube thumbnail title, right? Angelo DeLulu, the spiritual juggalo, or gigolo. Which one is it? Write these down. Angelo DeLulu is not enlightened. That's another video. That's another title, right? I want you guys to come up with stuff too. Because I just made the whole video, so I need your guys' help for the other stuff. And just send me the thumbnails. Put my face. All you need is a picture of my face and a picture of Angelo DeLulu's face. And then put those words. We want to get the real thumbnails. We want to get the cool thumbnails. Yeah, not juggalo, a gigolo, a spiritual prostitute. Yeah, I think that was a good one. But you guys got to remember as well that as practitioners, Dr. Rob is not right or whatever. We're not doing that, right? We don't know. So it's a kind of interesting commentary. It's an interesting dynamic. It's an exploration into not knowing. It's not Dr. Rob's right or this or that or something like this. I feel like the camera's like glitchy, like it's not really following me in the way that I want it to. Why is it like that? That's not good, right? What is that? Like the FPS is low or something. Right? Doesn't it look like that? The FPS is low? Oh my God. Well, how did you find the stream, Chemicals? But this is the thing, like, so Chemicals said a very nice comment. They said, "This is the first stream I've seen, and I just wanted to say you are a very respectable and clearly expressed Western teacher." So that could be true, but it's also conditional to a particular time, a particular place, a particular situation, particular environment, right? And a particular kind of perception from someone else. But this insight is in relationship with the unconditioned. So it's not about someone, it's not about something, it's not about somewhere, it's not about some time, it's not about some situation. It's empty, it's open, it's free, it's wet and wild, it's hardcore. And if anyone likes to make a donation, your donation will show up on the screen. It's text to speech. So you can make a donation through Streamlabs. 100% of the money goes to the creator. And your message. You can ask a big question, you can post a picture, you can share a YouTube video you want me to react to, and 100% of that donation goes to the creator. So it's very appreciated for any donations on Streamlabs or whatever. All right, ZayDN said, what would be the source of my income, though, if I choose to go down this path, meaning the path to enlightenment? Well, first of all, ZayDN, who the fuck are you? Right? So you have to introduce yourself a little bit. Right? So you considering to being a nun is a little bit less than what's necessary for me to share some information with you, right? Sorry if I come off harsh. I don't mean to be harsh, but it's kind of a harsh reality. Why is this? House of Mirrors, I've told you that you are a crazy lady, and please do not make declarative statements, okay? You're very mentally unwell and mentally unstable. So please do not make declarative statements in my Dharma house while I'm sitting on my Dharma seat. Okay, thank you, Chemicals. Thank you very much. But you didn't answer my question. Chemicals, where did you find this stream? How did you come across this video and this happening? Is it better? Is it better now? Cool. Okay. All right. Cool. Cool. Very good. I wish that you were a Chinese billionaire or something that felt a karmic connection to my mastery of enlightenment and non-duality, and now wanted to bankroll all of my activities and visions and dreams. But you'll do just fine as you are. Welcome. Still low FPS, right? What is going on with that FPS? I mean, it's not going to be 60 FPS, but this doesn't seem like there's something wrong. There's something going on here. Is that better? Is that better? I think that is better, right? Is that better? That is better, right? I fixed it, didn't I? Isn't that fixed? Does it seem like it's fixed? I think it looks better now. Something about no. It seems like maybe it's coming and going. The camera's not hot, so I know it's not the camera. It does seem better now, right? Maybe. Still not. We need 4K 60 FPS um streaming, right guys? Yeah, it's making people motion sick. It's making people sick. I got to do something about it. Got to fix it. The bit rate, well, the bit rate is the stream upload. The bit rate isn't on my OBS. The bit rate's high for quality, right? Well, if we look for something wrong, we'll find something wrong, right? If we look for something right, we'll find something right. That's just how it goes. There is an encoder, right? There's a video on streaming. It shows video bitrate, audio bitrate, video encoder, encoder preset. Could it be the cam link? Could it be that I'm not hooked up into a... Oh my God. Hello?
The book and this talk is based on my work as a family physician, which I did for 20 years. And 7 of those years, I was also medical coordinator of the palliative care unit at Vancouver Hospital, looking after terminally ill people, people dying of cancer, neurological diseases, and so on. And what I found in all those years, learned all those years, what I had not been taught in medical school, is that who gets sick and who doesn't is not accidental. That although we tend to think on cancer and multiple sclerosis, which I mentioned last night, or rheumatoid arthritis, or chronic asthma, psoriasis, eczema, colitis, Crohn's disease, any number of chronic illnesses is somehow random events that unfortunately and mysteriously strike a person. And occasionally we think that we can explain the cause by the life style of the individual, like smoking, of course, and its connection to lung cancer. But other than that, we think that these diseases are either mysterious and unexplainable misfortunes, or they are caused by people's genes. And what I found that quite on the contrary, that who got sick and who didn't wasn't random, and that there were certain identifiable patterns, certain personality traits and behavior, ways of behaving that people unwittingly, without knowing it, unintentionally, but they brought the disease on themselves. And that wasn't their fault. They didn't know what they were doing, as you will see. But since we're talking about caregivers, and let me tell you one little fact that, and since the book was published, which is about 10 years ago now, I think, or 9 years ago, there's been so much more evidence tending in the same direction. Now, one bit of evidence about caregivers is that there's a structure at the end of our DNA, our chromosomes. Chromosomes is the strands where our DNA is located in our cells, in the nucleus of our cells. And these strands of chromosomes have at the end a structure called a telomere. A telomere is like the glue at the end of my shoelace to keep the strands from fraying, to keep it together. And when we're born, our telomeres are a certain length. And as we get older, gradually, they shorten as we age, and until at the end of our life, they become unraveled, at which point so do we. Now, they looked at but it's a mark of aging, in other words. Now, they looked at the telomeres of mothers looking after chronically ill children. And they found that these women in their 30s and their 40s, their telomeres were 10 years shorter than their chronological age would have predicted. In other words, the chronic stress of caregiving aged them by 10 years. Now, that doesn't mean, of course, that we shouldn't care for children or for other people that require our support. But it does mean that how we give care and what kind of support we get makes a huge difference to our health. And that's what my topic is about this morning. So I said that there were certain patterns of being and behavior and psychological relating that are associated with chronic illness. And again, when I say chronic illness, I mean everything, virtually everything. What these patterns were that I saw, I'll identify, or at least I'll illustrate for you by means of newspaper clippings that I'll read for you. As I give this talk, by the way, my advice is that you relate it to yourself. That you don't just see it as an academic exercise or as a storytelling, but just see to what extent you recognize these patterns in yourself. So the first clipping here is by a woman who writes the article herself. These are all from the Globe and Mail. And she's diagnosed with breast cancer. Her name is Donna. So she's diagnosed with breast cancer. And her doctor's name is Harold. Her husband's name is Hai. And Donna is the second wife. The first wife died of breast cancer. Now Donna, the second wife, is diagnosed with it. And so Donna writes, Harold tells me that the lump is small and most assuredly not in my lymph nodes, unlike that of Hai's first wife, whose cancer had spread everywhere by the time they found it. You're not going to die, he reassures me. But I'm worried about Hai, I say. I won't have the strength to support him. And what do you notice? Her first and automatic thought is, how can I support my husband emotionally as I'm dealing with a potentially fatal illness? So this compulsive and automatic concern for the needs of others while ignoring your own is a major risk factor for chronic illness. The other clippings I will read you are obituaries, all from the Globe and Mail. Obituaries are
A poser of what? Poser about what, Max? Remember, people, we have to be specific to be realistic. Otherwise, we're just talking nonsense. And here's the link for the Zoom meeting if anybody wants to join in and ask a question.
Nếu như trong tâm không có được chánh niệm thì
Um, well, Zayden, the problem is that you might have a little bit of an unrealistic and idealized view of what you're talking about and what you're interested in. Now we're quite a few years, we're quite a few eons away from the Buddha's original enlightenment and the thriving of the monastic sangha. What you need to understand is that there's nothing ideal about becoming a monk, right? You're basically losing everything in your life. And so, if you can make yourself more ready and willing to lose everything in your life to become a monk or a nun, then it's possible, it's realistic, it's practical for you to become that. But until you're in that position, it's always going to be a kind of idealized escape route for your ego, for your sense of self. And that's not really what we're working with in our path making. You're going to have to approach it in a different way. Because what you think you're going to get by becoming a monk or a nun is exactly the thing that's keeping you from becoming a monk or a nun. Because you think you're going to get control, or you think you're going to get an ideal situation for yourself, for your ego, for your identity. And that's not what becoming a monk or a nun is about. Okay, go ahead, Miss Samsung. What's your question? What would you like to share?
Uh, so I'm about to go through like a process. I guess I'm gonna keep like my baby or whatever and like be a mom, and I'm just like wondering like how is that gonna be possible to like continue? I'm not gonna be able to do things I thought I was gonna be able to do because I'll be taking care of like, you know, my bones and stuff, and I'm just I want to be the best version of myself for like and a good example to my child and everything, but I don't know, I was not expecting this, and so any advice you would give to like someone who wants to go on this spiritual journey while also being like a caretaker, a mother, a father?
What is your job?
I'm a server, so it won't be much different, I guess, serving for a child, but
How about your
waitress.
family?
So my I've been with my partner for like 9 years, and we started being living together again. Um, and he does like he's also serving, and then he has like 3 jobs. So he's serving, and then he does delivery, and uh, yeah.
How about your mother
And
and father?
my mom has been on like welfare her whole life, so no, she doesn't work, but she gets money for her like mental state, I guess, and she supports me a lot with if I need food or just someone to talk to and things like that. She calls me a lot, and then I don't have a relationship with my father, but yeah.
How how many months until you have your baby?
So February, so like yeah, like 9 months, I think. Like I wait, probably like 8, because I'm like 9 weeks, so 7.5 or something.
So you ready to be the mother?
Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah. I gotta like get a license and make sure that I'm like that everything's good and stuff.
Well, the
I
first thing
haven't
that
been
you should
diagnosed.
do is to stop smoking weed, stop taking drugs, any kind of drugs. The baby is a chance to sacrifice yourself, to give up yourself, and to meet yourself again through the eyes of a child. So you have to be ready for that, and you have to slow down, you have to stop. You know, when you hold your baby, you meditate with your baby. You need to get ready for that. You need to meditate more and spend time with your baby now through meditation. Spend time with your baby inside of your body, in your womb now, you know. So you should get ready and prepare that way.
That's good. Yeah. And so it begins. Well, thank you, Rob. I'm glad that I have your advice, and I will start meditating more with, before entering, and yeah,
You should think about
it's an
it.
opportunity.
For the ego, for your ego that wants to smoke weed, that wants to watch TV, wants to do all these different things. It can't understand that there's a baby inside of you growing. Just thinks about it. So when you meditate, you give your mind to that reality that's going on inside your body. Find your baby with your mind inside your body and send loving kindness and motherness. Start to become the mother you want to be to that baby that's growing inside of you in your meditation. It's not verbal, it's not thought based. It's not like the story of having a baby, it's a lived experience. So you start to go deeper into that lived experience even before the baby comes out. This will prepare you very well to help you see what kind of mother you want to be, because it will be real. There won't be any place for your ego to be free when you have a baby there. So you should start working with that reality now, so that those reactions and negative side effects, you can work them out before they happen. You know, that loss of freedom, or it feels like a loss of freedom. Practice that, meet your child now as it's growing inside of you. And don't worry about filling it up with thoughts. Fill it up with presence, with your attention, with your heart. And give your heart to your child while it's growing inside of you. You need to meditate to do that. You need to be sober to do that. You need to be concentrated to do that. And every time that your mind or your ego tries to tell you that, it's something else to do or whatever, just remember that that baby isn't whatever, and come back and keep giving your attention. Feel the baby growing inside of you. So that's what your meditation can be every day, as much as you want. Meditation should be a relaxation and a coming home, a concentrating in presence. It's not like you're struggling to meditate. You don't have to struggle to take care of the baby inside of you. And if you can realize that, you won't have to struggle to take care of the baby outside of you when that time comes. Okay? So I wish you luck with your baby.
Thank you, Rob.
Welcome. Okay, chemicals, that's a question here. You talked earlier about how masters speak in poetry and kind of a deep nihilism. Do you have any examples or stories or anything to add onto that? Well, what came to mind was a modern Korean Zen master. He's very, very famous in Korea. It's kind of an old, fat Korean monk, enlightened monk. And he said, the whole world is a single flower, and that's coming from this place of deep enlightenment, deep freedom, deep ending of suffering. You know what I mean? Because we can do that in the same way that we can raise up our physical health and our physical skill to a level that's basically unfathomable to us, from where we currently are. And yet it's totally possible. It's possible for everybody. The same is true in our freedom from suffering, ending that suffering, turning suffering into nibbana, into bliss, into happiness, into freedom, into mastery over this human experience, this short period of human life, just mastery. He said the whole world is a single flower. And they meant it. It was an expression of realization, not an idea. And that's why it came to poetry. It came to that way of life and that expression of that way of life, that realization. On the other hand, you could have a very skinny, ascetic, forest, 70, 80-year-old, maybe even cigarette smoking, Thai forest, Buddhist monk in the jungles, living in the jungles. And he says, and I've seen it, it's guys like Mahabua. The whole world is a stinking pile of shit. There is nothing worth clinging onto. There is nothing worth holding on to. There's no person, no place, no relationship, no situation worth holding on to. And none of that has to do with convincing anybody. Maybe inspiring, maybe reminding, but not convincing. And so Angelo Delulu just isn't at that level. So he doesn't speak that way. He doesn't relate to that level of realization. And the sad thing is that he hasn't trained with people at high levels of realization. So he's not experienced enough to know how low his level is. Yeah, like having an empty head in the wrong way, you know. He thinks that his wisdom has penetrated into his deepest levels and layers of consciousness, but it hasn't. And that's why it's very problematic what he does and how he presents himself. Deeply, deeply wrong.
Here, I sent you the link on Discord.
Okay. Thank you for subscribing, Pip. We're gonna start taking a turn, everyone, because we have a guest. It's kind of an online spiritual predator, Shiva Kailash Shambho. So we're gonna transition into a little bit of a different dynamic, and you have to bear with me as we go into this stuff. Yeah, there's an element of it being live. There's definitely an element of it being live that's important. And there's deep accessibility. You know, it's one thing to be in like a billboard for yourself as a spiritual teacher. You know what I mean? It's like it's like what Angelo Delulu does, constantly advertising himself, constantly creating these snippets and these blips. These snippets and these blips of you know, like a spiritual presentation, and it's a whole other thing to have this accessibility that's overwhelming, this pool of resources, this pool of practice, this pool of sharing that's absolutely overwhelming. It means you couldn't consume all of it. You couldn't take all of it in. And that's basically what we will need to really go further on the path. And it's a lot more realistic. You know, if somebody is a spiritual teacher and they're constantly giving you little snippets and little performance notes and presentations, that's not a real spiritual teacher. It's not a real master. A master would never convince you. Well, they would be in the active process of helping you to unconvince yourself. And they would know the levels and the layers and the depth to which you would need support and a practice path that took your whole body and mind, that was able to take everything that you had to give. And they would show you what that takes, whether through serious meditation or through the opportunity to become a monk or a nun or a volunteer or a yogi. We're really getting into the dark zone now that this Shiva guy is here, everybody. So this really fake spiritual teacher, this online spiritual predator, totally fake Sadhguru follower, having nothing to do with Isha, having nothing to do with being a real yogi, total fake teacher, just like the Angelo Delulu guy. Basically, it's like a lower version of the Angelo Delulu guy, the Shiva Kailash Shambho guy. Hold on, I'll switch it. Okay, can you hear me, Shiva? Let me see if I can hear you. Why can't I hear you? Hold on. And a very important and a very powerful rule, okay, is that we're not trying to understand. It's like a roller coaster. We're basically along for the ride. If you're on a roller coaster that you have to hang on to, that's a roller coaster that you shouldn't be on. And the same can be applied for a spiritual community or spiritual path of practice. You know, if the point is for you to hang on, maybe that's not a very good roller coaster for you to be on. You see what I'm saying? Okay, can you hear me, Shiva? All right, well, that's great. That's going to work just fine, ain't it? Hold on, we need a different dynamic here because my audience needs to be able to hear you. All right, friends. So if you want to, why is your phone glitching and lagging and this stuff? Why is it not appearing clearly? All right, fix your live stream. Yeah, Shiva, did you buy a broken phone or what's going on, bud? And you're even echoing just on your own phone. Fix your stuff, man, please. Yeah, so everybody, if you want to follow along with the conversation between me and Shiva, if you go to the Monk Life Meditation YouTube channel, you'll see another version of the stream that's a vertical stream. And you'll be able to hear what Shiva says if you go to that stream. If you don't want to hear Shiva talk, which I totally understand, and we're not going to prioritize just Shiva talking, so I'll answer questions from people on the computer, right? Um, but you go to the vertical live stream and you'll be able to hear what Shiva has to say. He doesn't really have anything to say, but he's gonna play a game and put on an act. So if you want to hear that and listen to that, you can go to the vertical live stream on the Monk Life Meditation YouTube channel. I lost my voice because of screaming in the desert as you know, getting all the energy out and stuff like that. It's just there's not really anything for me to say to you because and you're still echoing. How are you echoing? How are you and instead of focusing on the weird echoing going on, you're focusing on making sure that there's loud, obnoxious, random sounds that go on in the background for no reason except for entertainment value. And that's why it's like, what, how am I supposed to interact with you? Because there's nothing to challenge you about spiritually because you don't take spirituality seriously. right? You take performance seriously. You take your YouTube channel making money for you seriously. You don't take spirituality or facilitating spirituality with people seriously, right? So there's nothing for me to like challenge you about in terms of the way that you conduct yourself, which is a shame, truly. Yeah, and this is the negation and the avoidance. It's like you're never able to follow one thought after another. You're never able to actually have a real conversation about anything because you're not willing to be challenged anymore. You're not willing, you're not open to having a conversation, you're not open to being challenged. It's a shame, man. It's boring. It's so boring. And now you're being disrespectful and you're presenting what I'm saying as being fake. Just you don't have to re-say what I say. You don't have to repeat what I said. I just said it. So there's no reason for you to repeat it, right? So stop performing and just say, follow along with what I'm
At
saying and
Finn
have a
underscore
conversation.
NN5 I donated 119 Norwegian kroner through
That's
Super
it,
Chat.
man. It's not
Just
that
wanna contribute a
complicated.
bit.
Thank you for the donation. Thank you for the text-to-speech donation, guys. You don't seem to be able to have a you don't seem to be able to have a conversation about anything. Yeah, now you're pretending again. What's your thing with not being able to be genuine? What's that about? Gaslighting people by being authentic. That's an interesting idea. Dude, stop performing. You don't have a community. You have zero community. The only community that you have is people that troll you. The only people that you have is people that troll you. You haven't been able to hear me for a long time because you're not on the Monk Life Meditation live stream, which is where you should be. You're very muddled, man. Your audio is very muddled. Your audio is very muddled. So the donation line is open, everybody. Please feel free to donate through Streamlabs or send a super chat. There should be a button at the bottom of your stream that has a little cash symbol. So if you'd like to support my work, my activities online, you're very welcome to donate, send a super chat. If you do send a super chat, YouTube and sometimes Apple, they take a large portion of that money that you donate. If you use the link that's shared there, the Streamlabs link, 100% of that donation goes to the creator. What's wrong with my audio? Can they be specific? There's some issue. Can they be specific about it? You're not a spiritual teacher. You don't want to be a spiritual teacher. You want to be famous. Hold on. You want to be famous and you want to make money online. You are not a spiritual teacher. No, they're not. In what ways are you giving spiritual teachings by trying to sell people walnut necklaces? Do you or do you not have on your website a consultation to change somebody's chakra color? How much money does it cost for you to change the color of somebody's chakra? I am rubber, you are glue. What you say bounces off of me and sticks back to you. Is that the level of intellect that you have, honestly? Somebody said Shiva is a nasty narcissist. And people keep giving him money and keep fueling this path of narcissism that he has. Stop giving him money. It's not for me. I don't care if you give him money. I'm just saying for him. Do not give this guy money. You're a guest on my platform. You're a guest on my platform. Stop being intentionally daft and intentionally dull. Stop being dull. I spent 8 years as a Buddhist monk. Shiva, I spent 8 years as a Buddhist monk. You visited some different countries on allowance money. You spent time visiting different countries. Why are you, now you're acting like a fool? And that's precisely the audience that you appeal to. Reactionary, disingenuous, disassociated people that don't care about anything serious. And you're never serious. And whenever you make your little videos and do your own live streams, you're putting on an act and you're creating a presentation of yourself that's not who you are. And why are you still echoing? How much live streaming do you have to do to figure out how to not be echoing? Yeah, he probably did spend 8 years in elementary school. I don't know what his deal is. You visiting different countries and you going to attend a meditation retreat does not equal being a monk for 8 years, Shiva. You've never worked with a master. You've never had a master. You've never lived in a spiritual community. You have not trained to that degree. You're not recognized by anybody as having any understanding or experience to teach. You're 30 years old, and where do you live? In your mom's spare bedroom, right? So, but the thing is, right, you're a charlatan because your intention in being a spiritual teacher or this persona that you have, which is a very like, man, what a shitty job of grifting as a spiritual teacher, right? Like just constantly appealing to the lowest common denominator of spirituality on YouTube, talking about chakra and how when you walk into a room, people say how comfortable you are or how relaxed you are. All the while, you're 30 years old, staying in your mother's spare bedroom, right? Isn't that where you live, in your mother's spare bedroom? And you put on a Hindu hat and a Hindu robe and pretend to be like a yogi or something and have pictures of Sadhguru all around when you've barely spent any time at Isha Foundation. With all that allowance money that you spent to go and travel around to China and India, why didn't you actually spend time staying at the ashram of the teacher that you're supposed to be a disciple of? Yeah, he is likable, but he's very delusional. And he just wants money. He cares more about making money than he cares about developing on his path or other people developing on their path. Literally, exactly as I'm saying it. I can't even imagine myself being in that situation where Shiva's only defense would be that he cares equally about making money as he cares about helping people on their path. That would be his defense. I can't imagine being in a position like that. It's horrible. And you're setting tons of blockages up for yourself on your spiritual path moving forward, Shiva, by operating that way. You cannot use spirituality to make money. You cannot teach the Dharma to make money. Yeah, guess you have no rebuttal to all the things that I just said, Shiva. You have zero response to all the things that I just. No, because you're constantly going into nihilism and going into negation instead of being able to respond to what I say. Hello, Shiva, are you there? We've been through this so many times. You don't respond. You won't respond. You'll just take it off on a tangent, start talking about Nick Fuentes or start talking about American politics or whatever. Prem Seva says Shiva still subtly thinks he's an arahat. Also, he says, I'm more of an alpha male. But what does that have to do with anything? Who is an alpha male? Who is it that's more than anything or anyone? And this is just the lowest common denominator of spirituality that he aligns himself with, which is Reiki, chakra beads, and different colors of chakras. And just FYI, nobody in that circle would ever buy his grift because of how weird he is and hopeless he is. Such as, for example, yeah, it means something that you're 30 years old, you live in your mother's spare bedroom, you've never driven a car, you've never had your own apartment, you've never held down a job, right? That means something. You've never launched, and you're not in spiritual community. You're not even able to go into these superficial, shallow spiritual spaces and represent yourself as being real because you're too fake. When you wear those clothes and when you wear those little hats, that's not actually who you are. And if you went to like a festival or you went to like a spiritual gathering, you'd be shivering in your robes. You'd be shivering in mom's bed sheets that you wrapped around you because that's not actually who you are and what you represent. You've never carried yourself in that way. You've never represented yourself truly in a spiritual way as a sannyasin, as a yogi, as a sadhu. You've never done that. You've never lived in community as a yogi. You visited some temples, you visited some places for programs or to meditate at a kuti for a little bit and see what was going on there. Maybe you were thinking about being a monk or something, but it never took flesh. It never worked out. And so now, instead of you actually trying to take responsibility for your platform, you're trying to exploit it. And somehow, Seraph has gone backwards. He's performing, and it's not worthy of my platform, and it's not worthy of my community. I'm not going to waste your time like that. Sorry, not going to do it. I can't platform that. Okay, everybody hear me clearly? So this is going to be the first time that we try something like this, and I've been kind of working up to this for a while. So kind of have a little bit of a Buddhist lesson, and a part of this is inspired by Shiva. How about the screen? So we're going to see if you guys can read the screen okay as we write on the board. Have a little bit of a visual documentation of what we're talking about, what we're speaking about. So we're here to get enlightened, or we're here to learn about real spirituality. And as far as I've seen, I've been on the path for more than 10 years. And that's been as a seeker and someone who's been working to end suffering because I had to. I didn't have a choice. My suffering was so deep, my suffering was so intense that I had to find a way out. I had to find a way to cure my mental, psychological, internal processes that were leading me deeper and deeper into depression, anxiety, even things like schizophrenia. It was that intense. And I started with the Native American church. I attended peyote ceremonies, sweat lodges. Then after that, I spent some time with the Hindus, with the Hare Krishnas, as a Hare Krishna monk for a short period of time. And eventually I found Buddhism. So when I was 20 years old, I went to live at this Buddhist meditation center for a year. And to become learned in spirituality and these meditative processes. Oh, what's that? What's
At
that here?
Dowseth House donated
See.
$5 through Super Chat.
Okay.
Man, Shiva is talking so much
Thanks
crap
for
about
the
you, bro.
donation. And so we don't want that to interrupt us, but if you do want to send a donation, you'll be able to have a text-to-speech. You have to have an immersive, real-life experience. It's not something that we can learn about intellectually. It's something that we have to have direct experience about. So the thing that I get on about this Shiva Kailash Shambho guy is that he doesn't have that much practical experience training and studying and working with spirituality. And that's
At
a really
Dowseth
big
House
problem.
donated $5 through
Okay,
Super Chat.
thank you for your
You need to
donation.
go back on or bring him back down to earth and his followers.
That's a very big problem. So like I said, yeah, when I was 20, I went to live at a Buddhist meditation center for a year, and that's when I started my training. And moderators, please do be liberal and open with the banning. So first things first, Buddha. Okay. So Buddha is always uppercase. I don't know how well you all can see that. Buddha. Buddha is always uppercase. And for us in our age of, this century, this generation, the Buddha of our time is Siddhartha Gautama. So this man who became enlightened under the Bodhi tree. But the meaning that I think is going to be a little bit more triggering and inviting and informative for most people here, although Siddhartha Gautama, the traditional Buddha, is very important, is Buddha as awareness. So Buddha equals awareness. Buddha equals awareness. So the first thing that we take refuge in the Buddhist spiritual path, which is like the Harvard of spirituality. Buddhism is like the Princeton of spirituality, if you know what I mean, as a structure, as a tradition, as a living, breathing community of education, practice, study, realization. So Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, and Buddha as awareness. So this is an awareness that is not localized, and it's an awareness that doesn't depend on you. Bodhidharma said to realize awareness is liberation. So awareness is just like being aware. But how deep is that awareness? How deep is that realization? That's how deep our suffering has been eradicated, because if you had the choice, you'd rather be free, right? If you had the choice, you'd rather for that suffering to be turned into nibbana, or to the ending of suffering, rather than the perpetuation of suffering. So the first thing that we take refuge in is Buddha, or awareness. This is not thought-based, and it's not thing-based, right? So it's not awareness as an idea, it's awareness as like a pointer, all right? So Buddha as awareness. The second thing we take refuge in is Dharma. So Dharma has a lowercase and an uppercase meaning, okay? So the uppercase meaning is the teaching of the Buddha, or the teaching of awareness. So that is the teaching of awareness that leads back to awareness, okay? And this is also directly the teaching of Buddha that is awareness. But this also applies to like the relative term, or the relative idea of Siddhartha Gautama, this man who became enlightened and created this monastic institution, this monastic community that still lives on to this day, which is the de facto living, breathing spiritual community in our era, in our time. Okay? So Buddha, which means awareness, and then Dharma, which is the teaching of Buddha, that is the teaching of awareness that leads back to awareness. And the lowercase d of Dharma the lowercase teaching of Dharma is all phenomena. Okay, anything, everything is a Dharma. And we can separate that into two aspects. So there's a mental and a material. Material. So that is also mental is name. And material is form. So in that case, we could say like this as the material is the material, right? And then the mental is the name that we give to it. Okay. So every Dharma is of awareness. Every Dharma is inseparable from awareness. But it becomes the Buddha Dharma when it has the wisdom, or it's coming from this wisdom, it's coming from this recognition of awareness. Okay, so we take refuge in the Buddha, that is, we take refuge in awareness, and the practical teacher, the Buddha, and his tradition, his community, and then we take refuge in the Dharma, which is to take refuge in the teachings leading us to awareness, coming from awareness. And that is the lowercase dharma, that all mental and material phenomena are awareness or of awareness leading back to awareness. So when we get developed in our practice, basically we have a constant ongoing practice of meditation, or a natural meditation, where all dharmas, or all forms, or all names, or all materiality and all mentality becomes a reminder for awareness. So that's the Buddha Dharma. And you can check my work on this. I'm not saying that it's complete, although I sure wish that it was. The final thing that we take refuge in is Sangha. And this is an interesting one. Sangha. Now, Sangha traditionally does not have a uppercase and lowercase system, but I'm going to give it one today. I'll do that in cursive. Saga. I forgot the N there. Sangha. So uppercase Sangha can have, really it has one specific meaning, which is the community of Aryas, right? So that's the community of the people who have realized the entry point into the path. In Buddhism, there's two forms of beings, or two forms of, let's say, practitioners who are on the path to enlightenment, or who want to be on the path to enlightenment. And that is Aryas and Patujanas. So Aryas have realized no self experientially. Aryas, the way that the mind of an Arya works is free from the possibility of truth of a real true person and a real true story. Right? So they've lost this idea or this fundamental belief in a self, in a someone, in a separate self entity. Patujanas have not realized this. Okay, and so Patujanas hold on to identity view, and they also hold on to like rites and rituals. So for somebody like Shiva, who claims that he's a Arya or kind of enlightened, when he's telling people about like magic necklaces and like spiritually imbued items, that is Patujana Dharma. That is not Buddha Dharma. That is a Patujana Dharma. For an Arya, there's no attachments to rites and rituals. And there's also a full faith in the path to the point where you can't lose it. You can't drop the tail of continuing to practice, because you know that you can become free. And so it's said that Aryas have seen the unconditioned, or seen Nibbana, but haven't fully realized it unless they're an Arahat. And this gets into a little bit more of a technical system. So the traditional or the formal Sangha, the formal spiritual Sangha, uppercase, this is the formal spiritual Sangha, uppercase and underlined, is Aryas. So the Arya Sangha is the Sangha of Buddha Dharma. Arya Sangha is the Sangha of Buddha Dharma. Now, the Sangha of Buddha Siddhartha Gautama Dharma is also the Sangha of ordained monastics. Although it's been a long time, it's 2,600 years ago, so this Sangha is, some would say, in decline. There's less Aryas in the Sangha of the officially ordained Sangha of Siddhartha Gautama. Now, the lowercase Sangha is the community of well-minded practitioners. And also this uppercase Sangha of Siddhartha Gautama, the monastic ordained Sangha, it also kind of includes like formal Buddhist laymen and women, right, who have taken refuge and are actively involved in the work of supporting the ordained Sangha, which the idea is that you're stepping into an initiation process to become an Arya and to attain to Buddha Dharma. But the modern understanding of Sangha that most of us will know is this small s cursive Sangha, and that's a community of practitioners, community of people that are interested in Buddhism, interested in meditation, and are kind of well-minded, trying to practice together, trying to support each other on the path. So as a spiritual practitioner, as a practical spiritual practitioner, especially that's concerned with the work of, the University of Princeton or Harvard or Oxford, things like that, we take refuge in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. And the highest way that we want to take refuge in that is by taking refuge in the Buddha Dharma of the Arya Sangha. The Buddha Dharma of the Arya Sangha. And so just to reiterate this, Buddha meaning awareness, Dharma meaning the teachings leading to the realization of that awareness, and the Sangha that is representing for that and has realized that. Can everybody see the board okay? Zoom in a little bit. This is the first time that I've done this. I've kind of been excited to do something like this, so I don't know if you all can see the board. Okay. All right, so let's go to reality. What is reality? All right, we're going to erase it. Bye-bye. Everybody say bye-bye to this Dr. Rob's little explanation here. And please do check my work. If you know anybody, you can show them this video, make a little clip of it, and show them this and check, does this guy know what he's talking about or not? And ideally, as we spend more time as practitioners, we should have people that we can reach out to. We come across a teacher, we come across something interesting like this, and we have teachers or mentors or co-conspirators on our path of enlightenment that we trust. We can ask them about these things. We can say, hey, can you take a look at this? There's this kind of weird guy who says he was a Buddhist monk for 8 years, and I want to know if his explanation and his understanding is correct in any way. Okay, so this is another element that people are really interested in because reality is kind of a synonym for truth, right? So we want to know what reality is. We want to know what the truth is, right? So reality in the Buddhist philosophy or from the Buddhist perspective has 3 marks. Okay, there's 3 marks of reality. The first is suffering. Suffering. So if one were to be looking for reality or looking for what's in reality, we would very much find a lot of suffering. Even if we can't notice suffering in ourselves, we can see a lot of suffering in the world. Suffering is sometimes translated as unsatisfactoriness, not being satisfied, like having a thirst that cannot be quenched. So this first mark of reality is suffering, and this is a conditioned phenomena. conditioned conditioned phenomena. So conditioned phenomena is suffering. Conditioned phenomena means that it is a phenomena or it is an appearance that is reliant upon all kinds of other conditions. So for example, a tree would be a conditioned phenomena because a tree relies on other things. It relies on the sun. What else does a tree rely on to exist? What else does a tree rely on to exist? Well, it relies on the moon. Relies on the earth, the soil. Relies on the rain, right? Anything else it relies on? This is the interesting part. It relies on you and me. So this is conditioned phenomena, also known as the web of Mara, the web of illusions, the web of things, the web of all these things that rely on each other. And without each other, they do not exist independently. They do not exist separately. So, for example, we talk about cause and effect or karma. Right? A lot of people here have heard of karma. So karma means cause and effect. But the interesting aspect of cause and effect is that it is unfathomable. It's not understandable. For example, the fact that this tree relies on you and me. It relies on the observer. It relies on the person that's drawing it. Because all of these things are entirely interlinked. They're inseparable from one another. And so this conditioned phenomena, this inseparability is known as suffering. This is the interesting thing. It's also known as nibbana. Or the unconditioned. So to realize awareness is to realize suffering as nibbana, or to realize conditioned phenomena as being the unconditioned. To realize all these different things relying on one another for existence as being non-existent. So to realize all things as being non-existence is simply to realize awareness. So in awareness, there are no things. In nibbana, in the unconditioned, there are no things. And there's degrees of subtlety to all this that I'm not able to go into because it goes deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper, right? The interesting part here that sticks out is, and we better circle this in red, right? Because we make a correction. You and me. So you and me is equal to the tree. You and me is equal to the tree. So how is that possible? Because without this tree, there is no you and me. That is to say, without good, there is no bad. Without suffering, there is no nibbana. Without the unconditioned, there is no conditioned. And this is where we start to get a little bit beyond my pay grade. But we're working on it. So when you can start to understand you and me as being just as real as this tree, you can find the key of beginning to dismantle the self-importance or the seriousness that you're giving to this idea of yourself, this proposition of self, this proposition of someone, this proposition of something. And that is to realize awareness, or, as many people know, to practice meditation. So this is suffering. Suffering as conditioned phenomena, also nama and rupa, and nibbana as the unconditioned. And so going into the Buddha Dharma, all of this begins to take the marks, all of this, whatever this is, all these things begin to take the mark of our next mark of reality, our next mark of reality. Take a let's zoom in. I don't know how well everybody can see that from back there. Okay. So let's go to the next mark of reality. So this is known as the 3 marks in Buddhism. The first one is suffering. And also, like how the 4 Noble Truths start with there is suffering and then end with there is nibbana. So it all goes together. It's all connected. I don't fully understand the suffering one yet. That's maybe the most difficult one to understand. And easiest as well. So the next mark of reality is impermanence. Impermanence. So this is one of my favorite marks of reality. It really helps us own the notion of self and own any other appearances of notions of self, which for me are oftentimes trolls and goblins and demons and things that come around in my space, because I make my space a place that's very welcoming and interesting for demons and negative energies, people who aren't interested in Buddhism and meditation. So impermanence is the only thing that's permanent. Okay, so in that sense, it's not quite equals, it's more of a squiggly equals. It's more of a kind of equals. Some of our math friends in here can tell us about these squiggly equals. But impermanence is the only thing that is permanent. So how is that possible? Right? It's kind of illogical. It seems kind of illogical, but it makes a lot of sense. And it's not a trick. It's not a game. So the permanence of impermanence is equals. Now we're back to our equals. Is, anybody know? Ever Shelley, you know? Ever new. Uh-oh. I know that one's a little bit small for everybody out there. So impermanence, remember these marks of reality. Impermanence is the only thing that's permanent. So impermanence is basically kind of permanent. And that permanent impermanence is called ever new impermanent nature of you, of me, of this person and this story and that situation, etc. No, of unfathomable that's O. Unfathomable cause and effect. So cause and effect is just what karma means. Seattle, my teacher, he usually says cause and effect only, but we can also say unfathomable cause and effect. And it's interesting how deep these things go. Because, for example, as the person, as the well-minded person, the smart person, the strong person, the person with a lot of authority, making a lot of money, whatever it might be, we rely a lot on our thought structures and our capacity for our thoughts to directly represent reality. But if we watch our thoughts, if we scientifically examine our thoughts, each and every thought and actually everything, every name, every form, every object of materiality, every object of mentality, what we find is that they're all impermanent. And they're impermanent in such a way that doesn't allow the field of self to be true. we get to tune into the absence of truth in the idea of these separate self entities, because any and all separate self entity that can be found is impermanent. And what this means, what this impermanence means, is two parts. The first is appearance, which most of us here are familiar with, right? Being very aware of things that appear, things we like, things that we don't like. We work a lot to make certain things appear. We focus on that. So appearance and disappearance. So impermanence is this operation of things appearing, things disappearing. So this here in the middle is awareness, confused. Oui. Awareness confused as things. So in between appearance and disappearance, also known as self, right? This is where we build our self as well. Self. And so this permanent, what is permanent, this impermanence that is kind of, because it's not really a thing in itself, right? There is no thing in itself besides the original truth or the nature, the original nature. But this impermanence that is basically the only impermanent thing that exists, that is ever new impermanent nature, it applies here as well. So what is seen as permanent is also awareness confused as things, people, places, situations, or you. Okay? So you're imagining that you are permanent because you're confusing awareness as things, and this sense of awareness as things that you are, or that you can own, that you can possess. But what you really are, what you truly are, what the nature of the self or the real thing is simply ever new impermanent nature of unfathomable cause and effect. Okay, and remember what Bodhidharma said. You may be able to tune into, is this a Dharma teaching? Well, Bodhidharma said to realize awareness is liberation. And that's what we're here to do. We're here to get liberated. All right, chance to look at the board. Zoom in a little bit so you can see better. Okay, so the final one the final mark of the 3 marks of reality and this is also when Mara comes around, so when we are really putting our head into the Buddha mind or approaching the Buddha Dharma, that's when the mother of illusion or the queen of demons comes along and tries to get us to think something or get us to believe something that's not in line with the teaching of Buddha or the teaching of Bodhidharma, who said to realize awareness is liberation. So the final mark here is no. Getting a little bit flabbergasted, excuse me. No self. Another good way to translate this is not something. Not someone. So we meditate on these marks. We contemplate these marks. And this is what the Buddhist teachings are all about, is pointing us more directly towards reality. No self, not someone, not something. Also another translation here, big other translation. Let's change colors. So this is the Thich Nhat Hanh way, Thich Nhat Hanh approach. And that is enter being. And the main focus in this is a lack of separation and going back into the conditioned phenomena, right? The conditional reliance of things on other things so that there actually cannot be a separate thing. Things actually do not exist. So none of these marks are things, the mark of things. And this also goes back to the tree. With the rain, the clouds, you and me. So these also all go together. They're not really separate. Just a kind of conditional teaching, a way to present it and share about it. So there's no self or not self, not something, not someone. Interbeing is saying to us, do not grasp. We can also say this as do not believe. You can also say this as do not produce thoughts. So it's not the building of a cult. It's not finding a way to convince you that you're enlightened, right? It's a practice. The Buddhism as a whole is basically a practice that the Siddhartha Gautama went through, and he realized Buddhahood. He realized this freedom from suffering. And then he shared the science of that practice and that path to the ending of suffering, transforming conditioned phenomena into realization of the unconditioned. So this is about as high as my knowledge base can go with my current dhyana, my current samadhi. I remember one time, many of you may know that I practiced for many years as a monk, and I trained very closely with some seriously enlightened meditation masters and high teachers of the Dharma. And at one point, I sat down with my teacher. I had a rare private meeting with him, Sayadaw Otamatara, and I was trying to ask him some particularities about how to understand his teaching and how to understand the mind of enlightenment and all that. And he said to me, I could explain it to you, but you would not understand. You have to deepen your meditation. You have to deepen your dhyana, your absorption. So if we want to understand the Buddha Dharma more seriously, more deeply, we have to practice seriously. And any Buddhist teachings worth their salt will be challenging and inviting you to practice. Okay? Whether you exist or not. Okay, everybody. How did I do? Any good? You'd like to see more content like that, more videos like that? Is that a good way to do it, everybody? Yeah. So if you can, Mr. Chanath, if you have the time in between your work, we can create a full clip of that, because I didn't record it on my end, so maybe you can get the upload that, and then I'll post it on the channel. I already have the recording of the Angelo DeLulu stuff. Okay, thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. We'll do more stuff like that. I've been wanting to do. I don't have a lot of practice with that, but I really enjoy doing it that way. Thank you, everybody. Okay, we have any questions? we learn, or I've learned to be shy. Let me hook up the microphone here. So I've learned to be shy, not at all because I want to save my own ass in terms of like being proved wrong, but you're dealing with very, very deep stuff when it comes to the mind. And so it's easy to just start making stuff up, and understanding about the Dhamma more deeply than you do. And when you do that, you get very great karmic consequences. I can tell you it's just so, so subtle. It's such a subtle science of the mind, of understanding the mind, the technicality of the mind, of being free, you know. But these basics of Buddhism as well, they can give us a platform and a basis to think, to contemplate, to wonder, to be curious. And yeah, let's go ahead and release this website. Let's share the link and let's go and check it out. So why don't you hop on a Zoom? I'll send you the Zoom link, Reverend, and then you can introduce us to the new website. Okay, you can put it in the Zoom. Welcome everybody to our website release Zoom party, and it's also a donation party as well, so don't be shy. There's the link. So everybody, you can join up. Okay. So the Dharma Bum himself is here. All right. One sec, I can't hear you yet.
I was muting myself. I
All right,
always
I
do
can
it out
hear
of
you.
abundance of caution before I get introduced or whatever. Don't want to just like bomb in. And hi, everybody.
So
Welcome
let's
to the Dharma.
yeah, let's hear about this new website, dear Reverend. What's going on? A lot of people here
Oh,
don't know what's going
there's.
on, so let's really hear
I
about it.
know. I'll start from the bottom. I'll start from the basics, and I guess what I'll do for links. I don't know how to do this really. Can I shoot the link in
Well,
the
just send it
Zoom
to
and then
me.
you can?
Just send it to me,
Yeah,
okay?
send it to you where on Discord
Send it on Zoom,
or
send it on
on
Discord,
Zoom?
wherever you like. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I guess for everybody out there in the stream, hi everybody, I'm Reverend Chris, otherwise known as Asmiel Prime on the YouTube um, uh, channel. And a while back, I got it in my head that I was going to build Dr. Rob a website, and I more or less sort of got the grace from him to at least try, and some other folks in the Sangha that are close to Dr. Rob also encouraged me. I have a lot of skills. I built my first website in 1995, guys. And back then you did it by writing HTML in a notepad by hand. That's it. That's how you did it. And I've been making websites ever since. I've been creating content, including live streaming content, since 2000. So I got a lot of experience, and I just really wanted to pour all of that into making a really, really nice website for Dr. Rob. So I think to begin with, I just want to point out I'm gonna shoot the links, but I'm gonna shoot two links. I'm gonna the main website. You guys can just go type this in. It's pretty easy to get to, but do make sure you go to the contact page. And if you go to the website and you're kind of checking it out, do make sure to sign up for the email list. It's very important. It's the most powerful marketing tool, um, at least on an affordable level. On kind of our level of things, it's probably the most powerful marketing tool that you can have, and we really need everybody in the Sangha to sign up for the email list. But anyway, going back to the background, so I built the website, and I did a lot of research on namespace and trying to figure out how we could get the best domain name possible. There's a bunch of rules of thumb in this business. One of those rules of thumb is it's pretty simple. You need a name that somebody can remember for 5 minutes. So you hear it on the radio or you hear it on a live stream, and 5 minutes later you can still recall that URL, right? Um, and believe it or not, that eliminates a lot of things that you would think would be cool. Things with dashes in them. They don't memorize very, very well. Okay. So if Dr. Rob is listening, and everybody, Dr. Rob, you can probably just type this in to the YouTube chat. We'll begin first of all with just the website itself, and then um, the other link that's more complicated will be the email sign up form. I'll shoot that in the Discord in a second. But if everybody, I just want to point out some things. First of all, that I really put some mind into on this is the namespace. So we got a great URL, in my opinion. We got a very nice URL, domain name, and also the other thing I wanted to point out before we drop the site itself is that this website is compliant with the privacy laws of every country in the world. And we have a cookie policy, we have a privacy policy. So, and even though that may be a bit over the top, that may have been a bit overcautious for the size that we are right now, I didn't want to leave it to Rob's trolls to be the ones to start finding out that we weren't in compliance with this or we weren't in compliance. We're in compliance with everything. So anyway, here it is, guys. Drum roll, everybody. Get ready to type it into your browser. It's real super simple. And Rob, I want you to throw the link in YouTube chat. And now I'm gonna go over here while you guys all take a look at it. Maybe Rob can even put it up on the YouTube screen, like you can do the browser capture, Rob, and show the site even on the stream itself. Would be wonderful. I really do hope. First of all, of course, I hope Dr. Rob likes it because I built it for him.
What's the YouTube link? What's the YouTube link, Reverend?
For YouTube, go ahead and type it in at www.monklifesangha.org. That's your domain. And that will take you. If you just type that in, you don't even. I'll do the mailing list one in Discord right now. That one's a little bit longer, but the main site is monklifesangha.org. Yep. So let me know, Rob, when you've hit it and taken a look at it, because I'm not able to sort of look at YouTube and the Zoom all at the same time. So I'm not sure what's going on over there at YouTube. I'll rejoin that in a minute after I do all this. I really do hope Dr. Rob likes it. I think that he will. I was very, very conscious of his own tastes and likes and dislikes, and I had Shelley also helping me, guide me in that, to make sure of his tastes and his likes. It's very easy to edit. I have an app even on my phone, so I can even edit on the fly. Like if Dr. Rob had something in the middle of the night, oh, I want to add this page and I want to add it right now, no problem. I can bust out my phone and have changes done in less than 5 minutes on the website. The service that I'm using is a really good one. I can add collaborators. So if Dr. Rob gets other people in his orbit who also want to work on the website, I can give them their own credentials. with certain permissions, and then they can log in and do work for Dr. Rob as well. So it's not just all about me. You know, I'm not trying to like get the corner on. There it is. Isn't that beautiful? And it also has a mobile version, a desktop version, and a tablet version. It will automatically detect what you're logging in from, and it will shoot you the appropriate site. So if you want to look at it on your phone, that's fine. You'll get a beautiful mobile version of the site. But if you want to bring it up on a actual like sort of uh, a laptop or a computer, then it will also send that copy of that site as well. And so it's very professionally done, in my opinion, at least. And it certainly is. Um, it's my gift to Doc Rob. It's my gift to the Sangha. And anything that needs doing, anything that needs changing, anything that people don't, that Dr. Rob doesn't like, I will certainly fix and do so very, very quickly. I'm going to go. I'm going to minimize this, I guess, or whatever. I want you guys to all sign up for the mailing list. So I'm going to send that link to Dr. Rob on the on the chat. There's a direct page to it, but you can also get to it by clicking contact on the website and then sign up for the mailing list. Very, very important, guys. It's a very powerful tool, the email list is, and if Doc Rob will give me permission to shoot links during his stream, I think there's a way that he can add that permission to my moderator status or whatever. I will continuously shoot the email sign up link throughout all of his live streams. It's that important. We want to get as many people as possible into that list. It is for those on the low budget end of things, it is the most powerful marketing tool. So please do help us out by signing up for that. And I'll make sure we get some updates and news from Doc Rob and put it out as soon as possible. Let me go get that link. Let me know what you think, Doc Rob. Oh wow, like okay, I can keep the call going while I do the link. All right, cool. All right. Okay, I'm sending it to you on Discord. This is when you want to drop. And I love you all. I did it for love of the Sangha. I did it for love of Dr. Rob. I hope you guys really like it. Oops. Oop. There we go. So, Dr. Rob, if you would, if you can still hear my voice, or if everybody can still hear my voice, if you would be so kind as to shoot the link I just sent in the Discord as well.
All
And that
right.
just pops up.
Well, thank you so much,
What do you think? What do you think?
dear
So,
Reverend, for your wonderful support.
do you like it? And I'm gonna make sure that Shelly and you have all of the passwords and the usernames in case something happens to me. So the site, the site's yours forever and
It's
ever.
great.
Um,
Very
and
good.
I'd like to. I got a personal request, Doc Rob. I noticed
Yeah.
that on TikTok, and on YouTube, there is a link to some other site that somebody did you wrong. I'd like you to remove that link to that website and put the new website in the TikTok and the YouTube. I don't know where else you've got that site linked, but I definitely noticed when I was setting things up that on TikTok and YouTube. So when you get a moment at your earliest convenience, if you could go get rid of that old site and put the new one in there. And anything that you don't you want changed, color, anything at all, just message me and I'll do it in less than 2 seconds. I love you guys very much. I hope you all like it. I'm going to go back, I think, and join the YouTube family now. But please avail yourself of the website, spread it everywhere, make it be everywhere. And most especially, Doc Rob, if you could get that link that I just sent in the Discord, everybody, that's the direct page to the emails list. Please, everybody sign up. We're not going to spam you. It's going to be very
Okay.
sparing, but we do want to be able to talk to you. See you in the YouTube.
Yeah. Well, there you have it, everybody. We're slowly, quickly, even developing our resources and our community spaces. So it's a great time to get involved, and it's a great time to learn more about the Dhamma and participate in our Sangha here. The Sangha is what we make it. So as you give, as you donate, as you support, as you create in this environment, that sculpts the direction of our online community and the content that we share, and also what I'm able to do. Because if I was focused on building and setting up a website, I may not have the energy or the bandwidth to share the teachings in the way that I do. So there's the link for everybody, and there's links there to donate. And if you have any ideas for improving the website, for different things that we could do, you can share those ideas. But even better, if you can create those ideas and implement them and share that implementation, that's really powerful. That's really grand to do that kind of thing. Really, what we're learning is to stop hating ourselves, to stop causing extra unnecessary suffering. To do that, we have to really try to practice. Giving all our mental attention and energy into this concentration point of the mind looking at the mind. This seeking of non-seeking. We can also say, resting the mind in the mind. Creating this deep space of awareness in the mind. Not relying on our fixed ideas or positions that have been established up until now. Reaching out, reaching in, reaching throughout all space and time, beyond inside and outside, beyond this and that, beyond over here and over there, beyond the beyond. So that we can truly be the beyond, not just pretend to be, like Angelo Delulu, and like ourself, our ego, our spiritual ego. There's no pretending. Just the active process of releasing and relieving, seeking. So many layers to the mind. To relax, to release, to unpack, to step back from, but to maintain our awareness, our presence, our liveliness, our wakefulness. sense of wanting to go somewhere, that sense of wanting to do something. How deeply can we relax it? Take care. Good night.